Good morning and welcome to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium for this second round clash of the West Indies Rising Stars Under-15s Championship between home side Leeward Islands and Barbados. The first ball is just about to be bowled, played down to third man for a single. So yes, between Leeward Islands and Barbados, and we can tell you that Leeward Islands won the toss and decided to insert Barbados. Of course, Barbados had a big win over Jamaica in the first round on Tuesday. A wide delivery called wide by umpire. So 2 without loss in the first over here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Bright and sunny conditions now. We did have a rain about an hour ago. It cleared up in time that we were able to start the match on time. It's another good batting strip here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Leeward Islands will be looking to bounce back. They got beaten in their first match against Windward Islands. Only able to score 109 in that match. The Windward Islands knocked the runs off for the loss of just 2 wickets. Barbados beating Jamaica by some 9 wickets after bowling them out for just 77. Of course, Barbados are the defending champions of the CWI Rising Stars Under-15 Championship. Go through the teams for you. Leeward Islands, Rondre Daniel, Jaquan Arthinez, Jayden Edward, Clavant Powell, Carice Farrell, Demaray Prentice, Treon Daniel, William Pittman, Killen Woods, Aidan Williams, and Mikey Segalum. And for Barbados, Seth Smith, Justin Paris, Shahidi Hines, Kalani Clark, Zarul Harding, Rajiv Parsuram, Asha Branford, Javian Batson, Yuvraj Prasad, Joshua Thompson, and Shaniko Sargent. So it is William Pittman bowling the first over. He's bowling to Jahidi Hines. 2 batsmen are 1 not out after the first over. And the score 3 without loss. Opening batsman for Barbados, Jahidi Hines and Javian Batson. As I say, William Pittman bowled the first over for Leeward Islands after they inserted Barbados. I say a very good morning to Kashav.
Good morning to you, Terry. Pleasure to be back here again at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Had some grey clouds this morning, it's a bit of scattered showers, but brilliant sunshine now. It promises to be a very exciting encounter, this one. Barbados having won their first game against Jamaica over at Liberta in round 1, and then Leeward Islands losing to the Windward Islands at Coolidge. So Leewards will be looking to change their fortune while Barbados will be looking to continue in their winning ways.
Started the second over here. Big appeal for caught behind, but not out, says the umpire. So Barbados 3 without loss after being inserted by the Leeward Islands. Delivery is played up to mid-off and there's no run. We're just trying to get the team sheets here so that we can give you the information. Trion Daniel is bowling his second over from the Sandy Roberts end. Darted back a little, played into the mid-wicket region of the inside edge and along the ground. Score remains at 3 without loss.
It's a decent start thus far, just into the second over, but both of the opening bowlers maintaining a nice steady line and length.
Yes, after winning the toss, they've been looking for early wickets with the Leeward Islands. Try and put Barbados under some pressure. Be a little moisture in the pitch, as I say. It was raining up until about an hour ago here at Sweden. That's Peel for caught behind. Beat him outside the off stump. Definitely played at it. Not out, says the umpire. So we've had 2 overs here. And Barbados are 3 without loss. Both batsmen are on 1.
A really nice delivery there to end the over. We see some of the Bayesian support out here in the stands, Terry. I saw some clips for the first game at Coolidge and they were out in their numbers.
Yes, been good support so far. Always important. These young players to get as much support as possible. And more support for the Leeward Islands, hopefully, as we get into this match. So it's going to be Pittman into Hines. Hines plays that back with a point. Can't beat the field and there's no run. Pittman in again to Hines. Hines plays that again into the point region. Can't beat the field. Good tucking line here by William Pittman. He runs in again to Hines, and that one beats him. Good ball, cut back in. Can't find the edge, but good encouragement. The keeper and the slip.
Yeah, seen some really nice movement from the seam bowlers, either in or out. The right-handed batsman.
Yeah, especially Pittman, he looks in a good rhythm so far. He runs in again to Hines. Again, beats him outside off stump. So he's got a slip. Third one, backward point, cover. Extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and fine leg. Pittman, no stranger. Couple of brothers that play for Leeward Islands. Calvin Pittman in the West Indies Academy team.
It's always a positive sign when you have cricket and genes that are run within the family.
Definitely. Full pitch delivery, stroke nicely, beats backward point, and they take a comfortable 2. So 2 more to Hines, he goes on to 3, the score 5 without loss at the end of over number 3.
A watchful start here from Barbados. After an explosive run chase in their first game, possibly just assessing the conditions here at this new venue. Let's see, a lovely shot of the 4 flags involved in this encounter, of course, from left to right, the Antigua and Barbuda national flag, the Leeward Islands Cricket Board, Barbados, and then Cricket West Indies.
It looks like a stronger breeze than we had the other day, but still easterly, blowing left to right across your screen as you look at it. Entry on Daniel to continue from the Sir Andy Roberts end. Full pitch delivery, stroke nicely, but straight to mid-on, and there's no run. Javion Batson is on strike. He's on 1. Hines is on 3. It's 5 without loss. And over number 4. Daniel in again to Batson. Good ball, just moving away from him outside off stump, but well left by Batson. Ball bang on target, played back to the bowler, no run. So good start this by the Leeward Islands. Both Daniel and Pittman right on target.
Yeah, I must say I've been very impressed with their consistency. Of course, with that strong wind blowing across the ground, as you mentioned, ball is subject to be moving.
Daniel in again to Batson. Again, good delivery, played it out into the cover region, no run.
this pair of Hines and Batson put on 59 in the previous encounter. Hines ending on 28 not out and Batson on 22. And both batsmen, just from their strike rate indicators, seem to just take their time at the crease. Don't really rush when they're now getting adjusted. Hines made 28 of 58 deliveries, Batson 22 of 39. And of course the target of 78 would have allowed them to take extra time if required in that game.
And he's gone for a big shot over mid-wicket. Big appeal by all the Leeward players. Umpire just telling him to settle down. He gave that not out. Come right across his stumps though did Batson. Tried to heave that over mid-wicket. Full pitch delivery by Daniel. That looked to be going down, I'd say.
Just as I was mentioning their patience and their ability to take their time to settle in at the crease, we see a shot of indicating some aggressive intent. But by all means, the delivery itself would have encouraged him to do that. Fuller pitch and into the pads. Of course, in the power play, taking advantage of the restrictions.
Yes, and as we saw in the first match between Guyana and Trinidad and Tobago, trying to bowl stump to stump and full. As Pittman starts a new over, another good ball, well left by Hines, through to the keeper, no run. But was the order of the day as far as bowlers picking up wickets? And Barbados would be mindful. They're a big ground here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. It's a hard ground to defend, so they'll want a decent total here. That's beautifully played through the cover region, rolling out towards the boundary and crosses the rope now. Nice shot there by Hines, just lent into the fuller delivery, swung back into him. He played it all along the carpet for 4, so that's the first boundary of the innings. He moves to 7, and the score 9 without loss in over number 5, sorry.
Majestic stroke there from Hines, all along the carpet, everything in line. Foot pointing the direction of the shot, head over the body, and really well played from the young man. And almost there we see carbon copy, repeat of that shot. The difference this time getting the in edge of the bat and not going through the offside. Possibly just try to play that one a bit quicker. The previous delivery waited on it.
Yeah, it wasn't a bad comeback ball there by Pittman. He's got it to jag back in, took the inner part of the bat. Very tall lad though, Jahidi Hines. That's wide and called wide. So another run to the total, 10 without loss. So Hines, as I say, is a tall lad that he can get a good stride in. That's edged and gone, straight to first slip. Pittman gets the breakthrough. Hines is gone, he was reaching for that one. All he could do is edge it through to the first slipper. He's gone for 7. Barbados lose their first, 10 for 1.
An excellent breakthrough there for the Leeward Islands, and we were really praising the opening bowlers for maintaining their consistency. Apart from the boundary in this over, which was a bit over-pitched, they've really been holding a nice line and length. And here, as we see, And the replay, that delivery in that corridor of uncertainty. Not sure whether to come forward or backward. It was wide, in fact, and trying to play an expansive drive, taking the outer edge. Look at the celebrations that abound. Well, deserved wicket first up, Terry.
Most definitely. Keshav, they've been on the money. They obviously see their bowling as their strength. And after winning the toss and putting Barbados in, got what they were looking for, an early breakthrough. Hines looked good, but that ball just kept moving away from him. He was reaching for it. And sharp catch at first slip. So he's gone for 7, 10 for 1. We're still in the 5th over.
And what I like about that dismissal as well is that previously, as we mentioned, he was maintaining those deliveries just at that good length, not too full, not too short. This one was full, it was wide, encouraging him to play that shot, but still managed to get the outside edge.
Pittman in again to the left-handed Justin Paris, and again right on the money. Impressive bowling this by Pittman first up.
And when you talk about bowling with a plan, Terry, and setting up the batsman for dismissal, we can see some elements of that there, even in the celebrations, pointing to each other, indicating that it would have been something that they would have strategized before the game, but bowl steady, line and length, and then give a loose one to tempt the batsman. And look at that beauty.
Excellent. Excellent over there by William Pittman. A good catch taken at first slip by Captain Jaquan Artenez. So at the end of 5 overs, Barbados, after being sent in, are 10 for 1. Let's look at this last delivery again. Left-handed Paris. Played it well in the end, though.
If he played any bat or that, I think it would have
been in trouble.
Correct. So, smartly played there from the skipper, Paris.
And excellent to see that as Daniel starts a new over, goes to the right-handed batsman who plays it into the offside, no run. It's good to see him staying over the wicket to left-handed Paris.
I recall in the first game, we were looking at the different lines of attack over or around the wicket for a right-handed bowler to the left-handed batsman.
That's full pitch delivery, played up to mid-on. Can't beat the field.
What would you think, Theory, would be the advantages for a bowler coming over the wicket, a right-handed bowler that is, to the left-handed batter?
Daniel in again to Batson. Can't get it away. Well, first thing is that he's looking out his blind side, the batsman. So that's the main advantage. And then the natural movement away opens up the slip cordon for the bowler. When you come round the wicket, as I said to you the other day, Kashav, it's okay if you're a Kemar Roach who's perfected that art, but not everybody's a Kemar Roach. And you're taking, he tempted there, was Batson, pulls the bat out the way at the last minute, goes through to the keeper. And you really have to be not only on the money, but you're asking a lot. Whereas if you stay over the wicket, you can bring a few more dismissals into play if you pitch it in the right areas.
Yep, spot on. And as you said, Kemar Roach would have mastered that art of coming around the wicket and using that ball to either angle in the pads of the left-hander or pitch and just seam away. Sometimes, in fact, the ball also just pitches and holds its line. So essentially 3 different variations he has from the same sort of angle, delivery and release as the 6th over comes to an end, 10 for 1.
But we see it so often these days, you know, international cricket, a few supporters there for Leeward Islands.
Young
Jules Andrew and his mother. Miss Andrew here, looking on.
Jules would have been in this stage not too long ago. And it just goes to show you the potential and future opportunities that are on hand for these youngsters. Once you perform well, your sure worth can be rewarded.
Pittman continues.
Andrew now part of that senior team
Yes,
setup with the
yeah.
Leeward Islands and still a teenager, so
Well, he was actually under 15's captain at the age of 12 for the Leeward Islands. And he was, as we all know, he's a wicket-keeper batsman. When he used to get into his keeping position, he was almost shorter than the stumps back then, but always showed huge amount of talent, huge amount of potential with batting hand. His brother too, Gilroy. He represented West Indies under 17s on a tour of England. But we were talking about parents and the interest that they show. Pittman in again, and that's steered nicely by Paris. That gets him off the mark. Just steers that down to third man for a single. We're in over number 7. It's 11 for 1. Both batsmen, Paris and Batson, are on 1.
yeah, and as you mentioned, the investment from the parents.
Well, Miss Andrew is at everything. You know, whether it's a practice match or a game like this that her son's not even playing. Anywhere there's cricket, no matter what level, always supporting the young Jewel. Pittman in again, full delivery, wraps him on the pad, clean bowls him. Straight through Batson. This is excellent bowling here by William Pittman. This morning here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, he picks up his second. Barbados lose their second. They're in trouble. 11 for 2. In over number 7. Full pitch delivery coming tailed in with the strong easterly. And straight through Batson. So he goes for 1.
What a magnificent dismissal, I must say, Terry. It truly had me speechless for a bit there, because it's as if we are watching senior level cricket with the fast bowling on display. Look at that
come back in.
beauty from Pittman, my word. And the thing is, I can't be too harsh on the batsman either, because the delivery initially pitched on around that 4th and 5th stump area, encouraging him to come forward and play that drive, and the swing movement so noticeable, coming in between the bat and the pad and clipping the off stump. I would say that is almost straight out of the textbook for swing bowling, and Pittman truly putting on a show here.
Absolutely, and they know the conditions here, these boys, these Leeward Islanders, and they're taking full advantage of them so far this morning. But Pittman is being extremely impressive. He's bowling quick. He's got good rhythm. And he's given himself every opportunity by pitching the ball up, allowing the natural movement both in and away. we've seen so far as he's picked up the 2 wickets. Kalani Clark comes to the crease. He faces Pittman. And again, almost takes the edge. He wasn't sure whether to play that or not. Was Clark. Excellent first up delivery again. It was wide of off stump, but just tailed back in at the last minute. And almost took the edge. But this is excellent bowling by the young man.
Really, really impressive.
Comes in again to Clark. And again, bang on the money, but right in behind that was Clark. Excellent over there by Pittman. Just the 1 run coming off it. And of course, he picked up the wicket over Batson. So Barbados, after being sent in some early trouble, after 7 overs, they're 11 for 2.
I am just going back over those dismissals in my head, Terry, and I really and truly, apart from the first one where the batsman played a drive and got that outside edge, he was encouraged to do so. Even on the second dismissal, the ball was put in a similar area and a similar type shot, and instead it swung significantly to go in between the bat and the pad. So 2 dismissals of a similar nature initially, but different end result. 1 caught in slips, 1 clean bowled, and swing being a main factor there. In fact, the one that went caught to the slips, if it swung into the pads, it could have been a different game altogether, but it held its line. As we saw with the last delivery, that held this line and beat the outside edge through to the keeper. So really, really nice mixing up here from Pittman.
Daniel continues from the Sir Andy Roberts end, and we talk about partnerships with batsmen, and Barbados in need of a partnership now, but we often forget about bowlers bowling in partnerships. Treon Daniel down the other end is into his 4th over. He's bowled 3 maidens on the trot, keeping the pressure on as Pittman has picked up the wickets, and that's slashed through the point region out towards the boundary. Crosses the rope now, 4 runs to Paris. So good shot that. He had the width and slashed it through point all the way along the ground. Very safe, good looking shot that by Paris.
Yeah, nice shot, given enough width, and Daniel just not the same pace or height as Pittman, who was able to generate a bit more through the wicket and with the bounce factor as well. So that one just stayed low and allowed Paris to play with the full face of the bat through that extra cover region.
But they're the first runs that have come off Daniel, so he really has been supporting Pittman as he bang on target again. They look for the quick single, and well judged in the end. So Paris moves on to 6, and the score goes up to 16 for 2. We're in over number 8, but keeping the pressure on at the other end. And as we say, William Pittman has been excellent so far this morning. 4 overs, no maidens, 2 for 11. 2 wickets to fall as Daniel into Clark. And again, nice and full. Knocked into the cover region. There is no run. So 16 for 2. It's exactly what Jaquan Artanez at the toss would have wanted. After sending Barbados in again, beats him outside off stump. It's a very impressive bowling by both these opening bowlers for Leeward Islands. Came back on pitching.
My word. And look at the bounce that was generated. We was talking about the difference in height, but he definitely got some good bounce there.
Again, and that one's played nicely back with a point. Will go close to the boundary, but well done by the fielder running around from third man. Restricts the scoring to 2. So Kalani Clark is off the mark. He's on 2. And the score goes up to 18 for 2 at the end of over number 8. So Pittman to continue into the left-handed Paris. Again, full pitch delivery played up to mid-off, and there's no run.
And starts right where he left off. Good Yorker length delivery there, but what he has done really well, Pittman, is that he has varied not only the movement of the ball in terms of the swing and using it along with that strong wind blowing from left to right of the screen, but he's varied the lengths very impressively.
Again and again, right on the money. Played defensively into the offside by Paris. Paris is on 6, Clark is on 2. Barbados, after being sent in, 18 for 2.
A young Farrell here, he seems to be a live wire in the field. Every time the ball is played in the square, he rushes forward for it and just has a walk close to the batsman to ensure that everything is all right. He's given a fist bump there to the non-striker. Very good camaraderie. And those are the things we love to see, Terry.
Yes, most definitely. But they're on their toes, though, the Leeward Islands in the field.
Yeah, but I think after that first loss to the Windward Islands, they definitely know that they have to get a victory here, and they've started in the right fashion.
Pittman in again, just loses his run-up.
And the interesting aspect of this game as well is that Barbados only lost 1 wicket in their run chase in the first game, and they reached that total of just under 100 runs with quite some ease, and just around 25 overs or so. So this time around, batting first, and it's going to be a totally different perspective and approach to this innings. I'm sure they would want to bat the entire 50 overs, put as many runs on the board as they can, but also given the fact that most of their batting lineup would not have been exposed in the previous game, the Leeward Islands would be relishing this opportunity after getting 2 early wickets. See if they can make further inroads.
Pittman in again to Paris, and again right on the money. The other impressive thing about Pittman, he realizes that he's in good rhythm, Kashav. And I think that's another reason why he's decided to stay over the wicket to the left-hander. He doesn't want to upset that rhythm, and at the moment he's bowling extremely well. Of course, a lot of bowlers also don't like coming round the wicket because it is more difficult. Pittman in, and again that's played up to mid-off. Misfield there, and it's going to cost them an extra run. So a bit sloppy there in the field, the Leewards, to complete that over. Paris takes 2, he moves on to 8. And the score goes to 24-2. And that's after 9 overs. And after Leeward Islands sent Barbados into bat. So Paris is on 8, Clark is on 2. So Trion Daniel will continue from this Andy Roberts end. He's bowled 4 overs, no wicket for 7, 3 maidens in those 4 overs. Comes in now to Kalani Clark. And that is thumped through the cover region. Good looking shot, that rolls out towards the boundary, crosses the rope now, 4 runs. Lovely shot that by Clark. Was full. And he committed himself to the stroke, slashed it through the cover region, and that picks up his first boundary.
Diving attempt in the 30-yard circle, but unable to get anything onto it. And if it's one thing, even though they are 2 wickets down early on, they're still playing their shots with confidence.
And again, that's played nicely backward of point and beats the boundary rider out there on the cover point boundary. So back-to-back boundaries here for Clark. He moves on to 10 and the score 28-2. So good counter-attacking cricket here by Kalani Clark.
And the thing is, he's playing proper cricket and strokes at that. And not really slugging or going overly aggressive.
This one's full down the leg side, and he just pushes it into mid-wicket for an easy single. So good, intelligent batting, as you say, Kashab, by Clark. He moves on to 11, 29-2. We're in over number 10. Left-handed this time, and that's cracked nicely backward a point. Good looking shot by Paris, 4 more. So 3 boundaries off this Trion Daniel over. Shoots the score up to 33-2. This is this partnership here is looking threatening for Barbados. Good looking shot, well on top of the delivery, cut it backward of point. They do have a boundary rider on the cover point boundary. Ooh, that's a good delivery by Daniel. Good comeback delivery.
Yeah, I think that's where he needs to maintain his line and length, Daniel. Whenever he's pitched it in that area, he's been able to beat the bat, and batsmen deciding to just up the ante in that over to get some runs off of him after the first 3 overs he bowled. 3 maidens. This figure is now none for 20 and 5. See some more of the Leeward Island supporters. Looks like the massage therapist as well there, which was Andrew. Penny Feather, part of that Leeward Islands team training for the upcoming West Indies Breakout League to be held in Brian Lara Cricket Academy in Trinidad and Tobago from the 25th of April.
So we're going to see the first bowling change. First 10 over power play has been completed. Barbados have moved on to 33 for 2. Clark is on 11 and Paris is on 12. And it's going to be the spin of Jatan Edward from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end, bowling to Clark, who pushes that into short extra cover, and there's no run. Edward in again to Clark. Again, just pushes it into the cover region, no run.
Nicely flighted delivery. Well driven into the offside. Edward not afraid to give the ball some air. Young leg spinner. I've liked the look of Justin Paris though. Seems to be a very measured batsman, leaving alone deliveries, playing proper cricket in strokes, setting himself up here for a long innings, and again a nice shot, just a single, but shows good situational analysis of where the gap was. Fielder down there at deep cover.
Yeah, both these batsmen, Kashav, look pleasant on the eye. Edward completes his first over. There's 2 runs coming from it, so at the end of the 11th over, Barbados, after being sent in 35 for 2, recovery partnership, it's worth 24 off 25 deliveries between Clark and Paris. After they lost their first wicket at 10 for 1, and then 11 for 2, a couple of overs after.
And we see a shot of some of the officials involved in this Rising Stars Under 15 Championship. Of course, one of the most senior umpires in the Caribbean, Mr. Gregory Brathwaite. As always, doing great service and assisting in this Under 15 Championship. Match referee there as well, Mr. Juari Edwards. And it's really good, Terry, when you have senior officials who are able to assist at the youth level so that you can ensure that the standard is always continuously raised.
Absolutely.
And as we speak about raise, look at that bounce and that delivery from the skipper at the Naz.
Yes, brought himself into the attack. Coming around the wicket to the left-hander that peels off the outside edge, runs down to the third man area. And they pick up a comfortable 2. So Paris moves to 15. Score 37 for 2. This is where the Leeward's spinners need to keep it as tight as possible. Ideally, they'd love to pick up a wicket or 2. but you know that Barbados are going to come at you with spin on now that they've seen off the 2 paces. So it's important that they try and back their paces up and keep it tight, which is what Artenez is doing so far.
I think the game is really well poised. Leeward's bowling well, Barbados batting well, couple of wickets down, but runs also on the board.
Sneak a quick single here as the ball dribbles out onto the onside.
Smart cricket there.
Yeah.
Just using soft hands, realizing the fielder's close in on the 30-yard circle. Just killing the ball dead, as the local expression goes back home in Trinidad and Tobago. I'm not sure if you also use that in the Leewards or across the region, but it's one of those techniques where coaches try to get you to master that forward defensive stroke.
Well, it's actually, Kashal, a very important point that you make. It's good fielding there at short extra cover, preventing any run. That completes Jaquan Artenez's first over, 3 from it. And Barbados, after 12 overs, are 38 for 2. And it looks like it's time for the first water break. So 38 for 2. We'll take a couple of minutes break ourselves here on Cricket 360 and be back with ball-by-ball action. Welcome back to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium for this second round clash of Cricket West Indies Rising Stars Under 15s Championship between home side Leeward Islands and Barbados. Leeward Islands earlier this morning won the toss and decided to put Barbados into bat. Got a couple of early breakthroughs to have Barbados 11 for 2 in the 7th over. Tremendous bowling by fast bowler William Pittman. Since then, Barbados, through captain Justin Paris and Kalani Clark, have moved the score on to 40 for 2. We're in over number 13, being bowled by the leg spinner Jayden Edward. It's played firmly by Paris, but straight to short extra cover, and there's no run. So good little counter-attacking partnership here between the captain. Bit of a fumble, they look to run, but sent back, and very wisely sent back.
Well, you can see the intention is that they're looking to score, and that's important because they're not just sitting idly by and merely defending, but they are also scoring off of defensive shots, which is very impressive.
Edward in again to Paris, watches that closely. Slides past him to complete the over. So at the end of the 13th over, Barbados, after being sent in, are 40 for 2. Paris is on 17 and Clark is on 13. But Kashab, you were talking before the first water break about playing a dead bat to the ball. Doesn't matter whether it's spin bowling or fast bowling, but playing a dead bat to the ball and killing the ball to give you an opportunity to pick up the singles. And of course, right across all levels of our cricket, all batsmen struggle with that, with the art of killing the ball, as Artanez starts a new over, and that beats the short extra cover fielder there. And they pick up 2, Rondre Daniel in that fielding position. So 2 more to Clark. He moves to 15. Partnership now worth 31 off 39. Concern here for Leeward Islands. Artanez bowling to a slip backward point. He has deep cover point on the boundary.
And we saw Rondre Daniel just in the previous delivery fielding. An interesting point, both Rondre and Treon Daniel are actually twins. Both of them coming out of the island of Nevis.
Yes. Martinez going around the wicket to the left-handed Paris. Strokes it nicely into the extra cover region, but there is no run. Yes, but the art of killing the ball, though, Kashal, we really struggle with that. If you notice, most West Indian batsmen, even in defence, that's well fielded.
Well, that's one of the double ironies or sweet ironies that we have always had. We have been known for our power hitting, our powerful stroke play, strong batsmen who can play a forward defense, and sometimes it goes to the boundary. But at times, the softer aspect of the game, where the game has also developed to include those different attributes, just struggle to adapt on some occasions. And I'm really, really happy to
Well,
see the youngsters doing it.
Yeah, agree. But I think I don't think the game has changed that much. I think it's more of a mindset with them. West Indian batsmen tend to play each delivery in survival mode, and then they think about scoring, which is why you get so many dot balls, which is why you get so many partnerships going nowhere. We're talking about killing the ball and running, dropping it dead and running. The perfect example of that was Greenwich and Haynes. And also they had the communication between the two to boot. But you play the ball on its merit, and if you can't pierce the field, then that is a good option to drop it and run. You see other countries that do it almost at will. And that is something that West Indian batsmen over recent times, have really struggled with. I remember doing the test match here against Bangladesh, and yes, it was difficult conditions. First up, and West Indies were batting first, but they reached lunch at 50 for 2. And to be quite honest, there are at least 25, 30 singles that they could have taken, but they kept hitting the ball straight to the field.
And hitting it with some force as well.
Force that you got no time to keep turning over the strike.
Yeah, definitely right with all of those points. And one of the aspects I was looking at, see, attempted sweep shot, but not getting hold of it. Yeah, what I was looking at, Terry, is that not the game itself has changed nor evolved, but the other countries initially did not have that power hitting or style that the West Indians naturally have in their flair, and they have adapted their games to include what you would say is a 360 approach to cricket now, where you have to be able to play the big shots, but you also have to be able to bat smartly and rotate the strike, playing with those soft hands, finding the gaps, opening the face of the bat, and so on. But in the West Indies, it seems as if we have been traditionally just set in that mood of trying to score aggressively and to score fast. And as you mentioned, that pair of Greenwich and Haynes, who, of course, their partnership, I think, was not just in the West Indies, but across the globe, one of the best opening partnerships to admire throughout, because of their understanding and the connection between each other.
Most definitely, and that's slashed in the air, but wide of the short extra cover fielder.
And the thing is, you might look at the game and say it's easy to get singles, it's easy to play with soft hands and just rotate the strike, but that communication and that connection between you and the non-striker as a batsman is very, very important, because if you have that chemistry, sometimes you run without even calling. And of course, we are not advising all of those young cricketers looking on to not give a signal when running, but it just speaks to the convenience and comfort. This is a nice shot, but good fielding on the boundary. And you see it throughout the world, Terry, where you see certain batsmen, whenever they are at the crease, whether they're opening or they come in at different stages and they end up batting together, they always have an extra ability to their game where they understand each other and where they can bat in partnerships and
Most
not just
definitely.
individually.
But I think Shava's got a lot to do with game awareness, though, and understanding, the time in the game where you need to defend, time in the game when you're on top, you can attack, and getting that right balance. I think the mistake that West Indies cricket has made over the last 2.5 decades is that they try to copy the rest of the world. So we've lost that West Indian flair, right? But we're not really playing the game like West Indians are traditionally known for playing the game. I can remember we were playing in England last year, and I heard Kumar Sangakkara, the Sri Lankan former player, and he was saying, we were in trouble, and the other commentator was saying, West Indies in trouble, and they don't look themselves, and he said they don't even walk like West Indians these days. But the point he was trying to make is that if you have a look since Lara, right? Have a look at the batsmen that have come through. You don't have that one that you say, well, there's a mix-up here with the fielder misfielded. They went to come back for the second. Clark slipped. And they came through in the end quite comfortably. So 50 up for Barbados. They move on to 53 for 2. Short and tried to pull it. Lucky to get away with it. Top edge falls safely behind a square, and they go through for 1. So 54 for 2. But the point I'm trying to make is that we're not producing that style of cricketer, right? You can say maybe in a couple of years to come, a Jewel Andrew, Alec Artenes, that has the potential. You can see that but we used to have a long line of West Indian batsmen playing with the natural West Indian flair, and I think that is where we've gone wrong, trying to play the game like the rest of the world. You remember when we ruled, the rest of the world copied us.
Yep.
And now we're doing the same thing, and it's not really getting us anywhere. The ground staff have covers in hand as the rain looks like it's about to return. We're in over number 17. Barbados 54 for 2. It's a good recovery. They've added some 43 runs for the third wicket so far between Captain Paris and Clark. Wide delivery there by Edward, called wide by the umpire.
We saw some grey clouds just hovering to the left of the stadium. Hopefully they will blow across with that strong wind.
That one is played into the mid-wicket area and beats the field. So deep mid-wicket, come racing around the boundary, couldn't quite get there. Another boundary to Paris. He moves on to 27.
What I like about that shot, it was a full toss which could have gone anywhere, but he just waited on it and was able to get it onto the boundary and pacing the gap as well. Good fielding attempt, acrobatic from the youngster, but unable to get it behind the ropes.
So 59 for 2. Edward in again and stroked nicely, but straight to short extra cover. No run to complete the over. So we've had 17 overs here. Barbados, after being asked to take first strike, a 59 for 2. Captain Justin Paris is on 27. And Kalani Clark is on 19. The ground staff are just hovering around the boundary. Just waiting to see. That's where the weather does come from.
It's good to see that they're very alert and they're just waiting in case. Of course, prevention always better than cure.
True.
If there's any sign of rain, they'll be ready to come on quickly enough. Ensure that there are no lengthy stoppages of play, but as things are at the moment, play continues. And so does the skipper for the Leeward Islands.
Yes, and he's kept it rather tight. 3 overs prior to this. No wicket for 9. He's bowling to Clark. And again, can only defend that back to the bowler. So 59 for 2 in over number 18. And that's pulled through the mid-wicket area, out to the boundary, 4 runs. Dropped short there, did Artenez. Clark was onto it like a flash and played it well. There's 2 men out there, so long on and a deep mid-wicket, but split the gap perfectly.
Really well played.
They're looking good, these two. Partnership now, it's raised the 50 partnership, 52 off 65. Dug Barbados out of a bit of a hole. They were 11 for 2. Martinez again as they overcompensate. It's full enough, but too wide. Called wide by the umpire. So 64 for 2. Clark is on 23. And the rain has just started to come a little heavier. He was about to take the bails off. But they're still waiting. See if it blows over. Artenez into Clark. And big appeal for RBW. Whoa, Artenez was convinced. He ran all the way up to the striker's end, but the umpire says not out.
Very enthusiastic appeal.
Yeah, very. Have a look at it again on the replay. Interesting.
Very interesting shout.
Umpire may have thought it was doing too much.
Athanase was already
He was absolutely convinced.
head ball in celebration running forward. Then he decided to look backward as he sensed that the batsman wasn't walking anywhere. Had to confirm that finger would have been raised, but it was not. And he has to continue here to fight hard to break this partnership.
Beats him twice outside the off stump, but no aid, so no luck there for Captain Jaquan Artenez as the over comes to an end. Had 18 overs, Barbados 64 for 2. This has been an excellent rearguard partnership for the 3rd wicket here between Clark and Captain Paris.
This is an example of how the weather is something that is so volatile, Terry. The rain is falling closer to the Sir Andy Roberts end of the stadium, but in the center of the field and by the media center and the Sir Curtly Ambrose end, there's no rain.
Yeah, and good local knowledge by the ground staff. The umpires were about to come off. First ball of a Jathan Edward over, stroked down to long on, and they take a single. So Paris moves to 28. Clark is back on strike. He's on 23, 65 for 2 in the 19th over. Edward has 3 men back. He has a sweeper out on the cover point boundary. A deep mid-wicket. 4 men out actually, and a long off and a long on. And it looks like backward point fielder has injured himself trying to field that delivery.
We saw him in a bit of pain.
Yeah, he looks like he might have done something to his ankle there in trying to field that.
And this is what we love to see. Not the injury aspect, but the fact that the Barbados physio rushed out to assist the player from the Leeward Islands. Really great show of intention to help no matter which team. And I do Hope that the youngster will be all right. It's really one of those unfortunate situations where called into action on the field of play, sometimes just wrong footing or misstep, and can lead to those different twists.
Yeah, well, got everybody showing concern apart from the two batsmen who had taken a drink in the middle of the ground, but the two umpires over and the entire Leeward's team just trying to pick up who it was. It's like his knee that he's twisted. He's getting back onto his feet. It looks like it is Mikey Silogam, who just injured himself trying to field that delivery, but all good. He's back on his feet now. Sun just trying to break through once again here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Ground staff taking their positions back in the stands, so they read that passing shower very well. So play continues, is short by Edward and pulled. One bounce, backward of square by Clark. Another good looking shot into the boundary for 4. So the young leg spinner just dropping down. And Clark was onto it like a flash. So he moves on to 27. Barbados 69 for 2. Again, drifting down leg side, and it beats the short fine leg, and 4 more. So back-to-back boundaries once again for Kalani Clark. Just losing his line here. Jatan Edward.
Both boundaries going to the leg side, one to the mid-wicket region, one to backward square. So just erring in his line.
One's played nicely straight up to long on for an easy single. So Clark has gone on to 32, 74 for 2. The partnership worth 63. And danger times now for Leeward Islands. Need to break this partnership. That's 74 for 2 at the end of over number 19. Clark on 32 off 35. Captain Justin Paris is on 28 off 44. But they've added some 63 runs for this third wicket. Be Leeward's captain Jaquan Artenez to continue. Bowling to the right-handed Clark. Clark is back in defence, punching that straight back to the bowler, and there's no run. Artenez in again to Clark. Clark is slashing this through the cover region. Sweeper comes off the boundary, restricts the scoring to 1. Clark moves up to 33, 75 for 2. Artenez has kept the slip in, backward point, short extra cover. Sweeper on the cover point boundary, long off, long on, mid-wicket. One's easily punched up to a long on by Paris, who strolls through for a single. He moves on to 29, 76 for 2. Got so 2 men out sweeping on the off and on side. Clark again Just knocks it up to long on. Good batting this.
Yeah, just smart batting throughout this partnership, and they continue to do so, picking up the boundaries when loose deliveries are offered. And apart from that, almost every ball they're getting a single and just rotating a strike with quite some ease.
And again, Paris just plays it comfortably into the cover region.
And as you see, Terry, they're really not playing much expansive strokes. Apart from the boundary shots, and even some of which have been lovely cover drives. And in the last over, we saw some shots to the leg side, sweep and flick. But they're just playing with the full face of the bat.
And again, just knocks it up to long off for another single. 5 singles off that over. Takes the score up to 79 for 2 at the end of the 20th over. Clark is on 35, Paris is on 30. The other good thing about this, the rotation of strike, of course, Kashav, is the fact that the left and right-handed combination out there. So it's upsetting the Leeward's bowlers, as in Captain Artenez and Jatan Edwards' rhythm. But we're going to have a bowling change. It's going to be the other twin, by the look of it.
Rondre Daniel
will come on to bowl. Treon Daniel, of course, opened the bowling with William Pittman. So more spin from Rondre Daniel, and he's pulled through the mid-wicket area. Long on does well. Restricts the scoring to 1, so 1 more for Clark. He moves up to 36. 80 for 2. So worrying times here for Leeward Islands. Are trying to break this partnership, which is now worth some 69 runs.
And what we saw in the first encounter here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium between Trinidad and Tobago and Guyana is that spinners are really not going to get much turn off of the surface. We saw 1 or 2 deliveries in the entirety of that game that in fact turned noticeably, which led to wickets. But what the spinners did well in that game in order to get wickets and to put pressure is that they bowled slower through the air. Because once they're bowling flat in this manner, it's just going to come onto the bat, as you see there.
Short again and pulled beautifully by Clark. He's in some form, this boy. That's gone racing into the mid-wicket boundary.
And just as we said, once it goes flat, it just stands up there. And allow them to play that shot with quite some ease. But even the execution of the shot itself was very good from Clark. Managed to get that ball into the gap, even though it was uppish, and then all the way to the boundary for 4, prompting an instant field change. So 3 fielders deep on the leg side, long on, 1 at that cow corner region, and a deep mid wicket. In fact, who is just wide off the usual mid wicket position, closer to square leg. So in between those 2.
Yes, Clark seems to me is the type of batsman that picks up length very quickly. And anytime these spinners drop short, he's onto it like a flash. That's better ball in the last 2 deliveries by Daniel. Flighting the ball up there a bit more. So at the end of the 21st over, Barbados, after being asked to bat first, 85 for 2. Clark is on 40 and Paris is on 31.
And just as I was looking at the makeup of the Leeward Islands team, I noticed several players, in fact, coming from the island of Nevis, Terry.
Yes.
You have the skipper from Antigua and Barbuda, the Daniel brothers from Nevis, Pittman from Antigua and Barbuda, as well as Andre Peters.
Artenez continues around the wicket to Paris. strokes that into the onside with no run. I tell you, at Roberta Sports Club, Windward Islands are playing Trinidad and Tobago. Trinidad and Tobago sent Windward Islands in. It's played through the cover region by Paris for another single. Sent Windward Islands in, and Windward Islands are 53 for 5 in over number 19 there at Roberta. And in the other match, Guyana playing Jamaica in St. John's at the Antigua Recreation Ground. And Jamaica won the toss and elected to send Guyana in, and Guyana are 60 for 2 in the 11th over. It's good batting here between Clark and Paris. They continue to pick up these ones and twos. Score goes up to 89 for 2. Clark is now on 43. We're in over number 22. 4 men back for the left-handed Paris. And that's stroked all the way along the ground to a long on for another easy single. Slip comes out now to strengthen the cover region. Very hard to plug these gaps on this Sir Vivian Richards Stadium outfield. Again, it beats the field, beats the bowler, and they pick up another one. So very good batting. 6 runs off Jaquan Artenez's 6th over. He's bowled 6 overs now, no wicket for 25, and Barbados going along nicely, 91 for 2 at the end of the 22nd over. Clark is on 44, and Captain Justin Paris is on 33.
And just as I was going through that lineup, Terry, I noticed that a couple of countries dominate in terms of the makeup of this team. Antigua and Barbuda, St. Kitts, Nevis, and St. Martin. We have the vice captain coming out of Nevis as well. Carice Farrell, Aidan Williams, Ali Adoni, Andre Daniel from St. Martin, Chathan Edward, Kyan Macau.
Start of a new over by Andre Daniel. Tosses that one up and played through the cover region by Clark for another 2. Yeah, they changed the other islands of around the Leewards have come on. Unfortunately, they don't play red ball cricket, but influx of white ball cricket. The under-19s Leeward Islands Championship is going on as we speak in St. Kitts, and the defending champions are actually St. Martin. But Antigua beat them yesterday quite comfortably by 10 wickets. Nevis beat Antigua and Barbuda in the first match by 76 runs.
Good competition.
Interesting results, yes.
In terms of that under-19 tournament, I anticipate that would be towards selection of the Leeward Islands under-19 team.
Exactly.
Is there a similar tournament for the under-15s to have selection, or how do they go about this process?
No, well, that's what the LICB are looking to bring back. There wasn't this year.
I mean, it must be difficult to have players from different islands, especially at this age, where they're still in school and still have different commitments, of course, parental guidance and responsibilities needed.
Yes, exactly. And the cost of traveling, moving these guys between the different islands.
How many islands usually participate in the regional tournament at least at the under 19 level, as I would assume that there's none in place for the under 15 at this point.
At this point, yeah. No, they all do. St. Kitts, Nevis, St. Martin, Antigua and Barbuda, Montserrat. But it's just getting the consistency on over the last few years. Of course, COVID didn't help, and then from there, over the last few years, haven't really had or been able to hold the tournaments on a regular basis.
And in terms of the camp and preparation for this under 15 team, they would have had to have been based in Antigua, I would assume, as the tournament has been
and
played here.
That was only from last week, and then they played a couple of practice matches against Windward Islands.
So technically, the team chemistry would have only started to gel from that recent camp and then go forward towards this game. I mean, from what we've seen on the field, everyone seems to be in good spirits. They're all congratulating and supporting each other for different achievements, apart from the couple wickets when they have made good fielding attempts and efforts. But at this point, Barbados just continuing along really nicely. Clark on 48. And the partnership that these two have built, Clark and Paris, has just taken away the effect of those two early wickets.
Most definitely. They've put on 85 now.
They had 11 for 2. Yep. One might suspect that there would have been a different score at this stage, but this pair really doing a good job. And
sensible batting, though.
It has looked so simple, Terry. Of course, nothing is ever so simple in this game of cricket, and you can't take it for granted. But you can tell that these two have a lot of composure and maturity about their batting innings, because they're just working it around, picking up the singles, and still able to take advantage of anything loose, such as that. A full toss, fielder's position on the leg side boundary, yet he was still able to find the gap, and most importantly, get it along the ground. Granted, it was a full toss, it did have to go in the air, wide of that fielder, short within the circle, and not really troubling the batsman at this point.
No, they've handled the situation well, both Paris and Clark. Artanez in again to Paris, round the wicket. And again, just knocks it up to long off for an easy single. So, intelligent batting, as you say, Kashav. Anything loose or short, they've been pouncing on it, picking up the boundaries, and in between, just rotating the strike and picking up the ones and twos. The 100 is now up for Barbados, 102 for 2 at the end of over number 24. Clark is on 49, Paris is on 39. And they've added some 90 odd runs, 91 runs for this, the third wicket, and they've done it in style. William Pittman troubled all batsmen this morning with his accuracy and pace. He's been the sole wicket taker for Leeward Islands so far. 5 over opening spell, no maidens, 2 for 13. Daniel kept it tight. 5 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 20. That's Cheon Daniel. But the spinners have just been worked nicely through the gaps. Once again, we see Paris playing that out to the sweeper on the cover point boundary for another single. The start of Rondre Daniels' third over. I must say though, from what I've seen so far of the leg spinners from all teams, I'm very impressed with their control. This is not easy.
And
Bowling
also,
leg spin.
we agreed that the last game we liked the fact that they were given the opportunity with ball in hand, and despite how the game itself was going, where the pacers seemed to be the ones who were getting the wickets, and then the spinners persisted, and eventually got their due rewards.
Daniel short again, hit through the mid-wicket area. Coming round quite well is looks like Aidan Williams down there at long on.
And that's the 50 for Kalani Clark. And look at the
Ovations out
supporters.
here.
I'm sure some of his relatives. And look at that immense pride and joy. This reminds me of my days as a youngster as well. Parents in the stands cheering on. And this time,
Again a full toss, hit out towards the mid-wicket boundary, just picked up inside the rope. Yes, so 50 to Kalani Clark, or 56 deliveries. 6 fours included in that 50. Excellent batting, excellent partnership. Unbroken so far for the third wicket with his captain. They've put on 94 of just 109 deliveries. In the initiative away from the Leeward Islands after 2 early breakthroughs by William Pittman. They desperately need to break this partnership though, as we're at the halfway stage of Barbados' innings. So after 25 overs, Barbados, after being sent into bat, are 106 for 2. Kalani Clark is on 51 and Captain Justin Paris is on 41. And did they just get in some water, or is it an official water break? 2 umpires are just conversing in the middle. Looks like they might have an official water break as one of the Bayesian batsmen gets some treatment that looks like for cramps. So they will have a water break here. So at 106 for 2 after 25 overs, Barbados batting first after being sent in. Second water break of the day. We'll take a couple of minutes break here on Cricket 360 and be back shortly. Welcome back to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium for the second round clash of the Cricket West Indies Rising Stars Under-15s Championship between home side Leeward Islands and Barbados. And Barbados was sent in to bat after Jaquan Artanez won the toss for the Leeward Islands.
The bowler into the attack, Mikey Sigulam.
Yes, good to see him up and about. He was the one that got injured fielding there at backward point. But obviously, he's fine now. So he's taken up the attack, replacing his captain, Artanez, from the Sir Andy Roberts end. But these two, captain of Barbados, Justin Paris, and Kalani Clark, have put on some 96 runs for the third wicket after they were 11 for 2. Barbados are now 107 for 2. We're in over number 26. Paris is on strike. He's on 41. Clark is on 52. I think that is the third half century of the tournament so far. And a good tight first over there by Silagam. Just the one run coming from it. So at the end of the 26th over, Barbados 107 for 2. Paris 41, Clark on 52. But you were saying the makeup of the team, a few from here, a few from there. Some people call it a quota system because we don't get much of an opportunity to see these guys without a competition. Rondre Daniel will continue from this to Sir Curtly Ambrose end and stroke nicely up to long on by Clark. He moves on to 53. The score 108 for 2. And it's the same at the senior level. Fortunately, the only red ball cricket that's played in the Leeward Islands is here in Antigua. So we desperately need to get the first class Leeward Islands tournament back up and running. Nevertheless, Daniel into Paris, and he's cutting that away but can't beat the cover field. That one wide down the leg side and called wide by the umpires. Standing umpires today are Rain Banks and Johan Williams. And again down the leg side, swept by Paris out to deep backward square for a single. He moves on to 42. Score 110 for 2. So they're just one run away from a century stand for this third wicket. And they've brought it up now as that's pulled backward a square into the boundary by Clark once again. He's all over anything short. He picks up length very, very quickly. And onto that one like a flash.
I really like his approach to anything on the leg side, as you rightfully said, picking up the length quickly and also getting into position, and the right position at that. Plays those shots with quite some poise and balance, timing, power, everything in those strokes. And what about this 100-run partnership, Terry?
Excellent. Off just 120 deliveries. 103 they've added. For this, the third wicket, taking the game away from the Leeward Islands after 2 early blows. That's clipped nicely again by Clark, forward of square, and he picks up another 2. So 9 runs coming from that over, and at the end of 27 overs, Barbados, without much fuss, have moved on to 116 for 2. Clark is on 59 and Paris is on 42, and I would suggest to shove that Clark would be eyeing a century here with the form he's showing. 59 of just 63 deliveries.
By all means, he has enough time and ability to get there.
Silagam will continue from the Sir Andy Roberts end. They need a breakthrough or 2 in a hurry. Here do the Leeward Islands keep themselves in this match. They'll be looking at a daunting score to chase down. Is that cleverly guided backward of point by Paris for an easy single. He moves up to 43, 117 for 2. Clark, easy as you like, just punches it up to a long off for a single. So he moves into the 60s. He's on 60, 118 for 2. That's slashed over the cover fieldsman out to the sweeper on the boundary by Paris. So they continue to do things relatively easily, at least looking to score off every delivery. See Lagam around the wicket, over the wicket to the right-handed Clark. And that was a better delivery, much fuller. Could only defend that into the off to finish the over. So Silagam started well, 2 overs, no wicket for 4. And at the end of the 28th over, Barbados 119 for 2. Clark is on 60 and Paris is on 44. They've added some 108 runs now for this 3rd wicket. Looks like we're going to have a change of bowler from this Sir Curtly Ambrose end.
Well, at this point in time, you would think that the Leeward Islands need to try some sort of different approach here if they have to get a breakthrough, because they have rotated their bowlers, they have tried spin options for majority of this partnership after the 2 opening seam bowlers, and we're now going to see the reintroduction of some seam.
Yes, Aidan Williams will be taking up the attack. But to be quite honest though, Kashav, I would have been very, very tempted to bring Pittman back. They need to break this partnership. As Williams in now to Paris, and Paris plays that to short 3rd man. They go through for a quick single. I know, I can understand Artenez. He's looking to hold him back for the death overs, as they like to call them, but no need, play the game on its merit as it's going. You need to break this partnership. If you break this partnership, who knows? 2 or 3 could fall quickly and you'd wrap the innings up long before the 50th over. If they keep going like this, we'll be looking at a huge target to chase down, as that's played all the way along the ground to long on by Clark.
Yeah, that approach, as you said, it's really something that consistently arises in games at all different age group as well as format levels, whether it be the shorter form of the game or the longer form. When do you bring back your strike bowler? Of course, in the shorter form of game, it's more impactful because you have limited amount of overs per each bowler.
Yeah, but it's come around the wicket. Williams to the left-handed Paris, but bowls a wide. Yeah, but he's still got 5 overs left as Pittman. He's your ace. He's your number one strike bowler. He's the only one that's picked up a wicket, the only one that really has looked threatening. And you have 2 bites of the cherry. Give him a couple of overs. Try and break this partnership, which has yielded more than 100 now. If he's not successful, he'd still have 3 overs left towards the end of the innings. I find, though, that at all levels, we play the game for 50 overs, it's 50 overs. You got a team, 40 for 5 or something, and it's time to bowl spin, they'll still bowl spin, and they'll take off the guys.
Release the pressure.
Right, where they could go for the kill, so to speak, and try and wrap the innings up. But these two are going very nicely. Oh, why they were hugging each other and congratulating each other. They're the 2 batsmen. Paris is on 46, unless he thought he got to his 50.
Well, as far as the live scorecard is indicating, he hasn't arrived there as yet. There'll be some pre-entry celebrations from the fans in the stands. However, I think almost every shot or every run, we're hearing the horns blowing and the cheers from those supporters, so they're happy either way.
Oh, and that's extremely wide. That didn't even bounce on the pitch, that one.
I think that might have been one of those attempted variations, just from the way that it came out of his hand. Very loopy and slow, as if it would have been one of those cutter-type deliveries.
Yes, but I think coming around the wicket to the left-hander, Williams is struggling with his line. Short, pulled down to a fine leg by Paris for another single. That's 7 runs off Williams' first over, and at the end of over number 29, Barbados 126 for 2. Clark is on 62, Paris is on 47. As once again the ground staff just hovering around the covers. Looking grey towards the northeast, where the weather does come from here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Play will continue. So we'll see Lagam, and that again is stroked comfortably up to a long off for another 1 to Paris. So he moves on to 48, 127 for 2. We're in over number 30. Strengthening the offside field again for Clark. Plays that into the offside, but can't beat the field. Silaglam in again, and that one beats him. Quick work by the keeper. Not out, says umpire Williams. Excellent work there, though, by
Yeah, really good glove work
Leeward's
indeed.
keeper in Clavonte Powell.
I just wonder, you see his back foot raised there. It's in the air.
Yeah, the bail's off in a flash. Full toss this time, pulled through the mid-wicket region, but fielded on the deep mid-wicket boundary is quickly onto it, restricts the scoring to 1, so Clark moves up to 63. 128 for 2, brings Paris on strike, he's on 48. And he's pulled that high over, backwards square, 1 bounce into the rope. Now that's his 50. So well played to the captain of Barbados in Justin Paris. He moves on to 52 of 73 deliveries. The partnership is up to 121. And Barbados are doing it on a bit, Kashav. 132 for 2.
Both of them going along extremely well. Take a look at the shot again. As he has been executing for the entirety of his innings, anything onto his pads just allows him to play that shot.
Round the wicket again short, and he's pulled that high over mid-wicket into the boundary. 4 more back-to-back boundaries for the Barbados skipper in Justin Paris, and Leeward Islands under the pump here. This partnership just keeps getting better and better as Sealagam over comes to an end, an expensive over. And after 30 overs, Barbados are 136 for 2. Paris has moved on to 56 and Clark is on 63. That's 125 they've added so far, unbroken for the 3rd wicket as Paris and Clark. So tough times for the young Leeward Islands boys.
I think just as we were
Pittman
mentioning it,
yes,
cue the moment, cue the man.
Well,
Pittman is now coming back in.
He had to, did Captain Jaquan Artanez, he needs to break this partnership.
But he's used many bowlers and has not been able as yet.
But as we said though, Kashav, the importance of the spin was to keep things tight, and unfortunately they just haven't. I mean, there's been excellent batting between these two in Clark and Paris, but they've erred too much, too frequently on the shorter side, and it's been very comfortable. Pittman into Clark and straight away, straight through him. And that's thrown away by the keeper, and they'll get a run. A bye. The ball full and straight by Pittman. Went straight through Clark. And Powell, the keeper, thought that Clark had moved out of his crease. I don't think he'd moved anywhere. Threw the ball, but it went wide of everybody. And they were able to go through for 1.
Just been some excitement there from the ball passing the bat.
As ground staff with covers in hand, and it looks like we're going to have a interruption in play here. So the covers are coming on with Barbados in the 31st over, 137 for 2. Paris is on 56 and Clark is on 63. They've added 126 for this 3rd wicket. It's light rain falling, and hopefully it won't last too long. Let's go through the batting card for you. Jahidi Hines was caught. Artanez bowled Pittman for 7. Javian Batson was bowled by Pittman for 1. That left Barbados struggling after being asked about on 11 for 2 in over number 7. But then this tremendous partnership between Captain Justin Paris, who's on 56 not out, and Kalani Clark on 63 not out, had taken the score from 11 for 2 to 137 for 2. We've just had one ball of the 31st over, and we have a rain delay here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. So we will take a break on Cricket 360 and be back hopefully in the not too distant future with further action. Welcome back to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium as play is about to recommence after a rain delay, with Barbados, after being sent into bat, are 137 for 2, with Captain Justin Paris on 56 and Kalani Clark on 63. They've added some 126 runs for this third wicket in this West Indies Rising Stars Under-15s Championship. Coming to you live over the Windies Cricket YouTube channel. And of course by Cricket 360 as Paris takes a single to long off. Moves on to 57, 138 for 2. William Pittman is the bowler. The only successful bowler so far for Leeward Islands. Claimed 2 early wickets to have Barbados in trouble at 11 for 2. This partnership is really taking the game away from the younger Leeward Islands. And another good single there to the mid-wicket region, this time by Clark. He moves on to 64. As I say, a very good afternoon to Kashav.
Good afternoon to you as well, Terry. Glad to have some resumption of play after that brief intermission with those strong winds and rain coming across the ground. Blue skies for now.
It's cut backward of point by Paris, and it will beat the field into the boundary. Another good looking shot by the skipper. Moves on to 61. And the score 142 for 2. So this excellent partnership continues. And so often we see, Kashav, that after a break in play, whether it's a water break, rain break, lunch break, whatever, batsmen tend to lose their concentration, but not these two. They continue to keep this excellent partnership going. So that completes Pitman's over. So at the end of 31 overs, Barbados 143 for 2. Paris is on 61 and Kalani Clark is on 64. They've added 132 so far for this, the third wicket, putting their team in a very strong position here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium after being sent in earlier today by Leeward Islands skipper Jaquan Artanes. It's going to be Mikey Silogam continuing. He's bowled 3 overs so far. Has the figures of no wicket for 14. Just adjusting the field and bringing the sweeper on the cover point boundary up inside the circle. So a very strong offside field to Clark, and that's delivered down the leg side. Tempted sweep, took the pad, I suggest, and they've gone through for a leg bye. So 144 for 2 in over number 32. Barbados here looking to post a very big competitive score. Leeward Islands will have it all to do. Of course, their batting failed them in that first match against Windward Islands, where they were bowled out for 109. Interesting in that match, 109 and it was 43 extras.
Yep, and quite a number of wides.
Right. Majority of them were wides. And that was actually top scorer in that 109. But they won't be thinking that far ahead at the moment. At the moment, they need to break this partnership. Sigolom is coming around the wicket to the left-handed Paris, and it's a full delivery. It's gone through everything. Running down behind the keeper towards the boundary. Just pulled back inside. Looks like Demore Prentice there does the cleaning up. They take 2 byes. So score moves on to 148 for 2. We're in over number 32. We haven't had any word. It was about 15-20 minute delay for rain. Haven't had any word of any overs being deducted. Stroked nicely again by Paris into the cover region. They go through for 1. It's been one of the beauties of this partnership, though, is the running between wickets, the rotation of strike. They've looked to score off every delivery and just about have. Being quick to pounce on the loose or bad balls, put them away to the boundary.
Yeah, and that's the thing. They really have approached this partnership with the maturity of players at the senior level. In fact, some of the things that we have been calling for for all players at the senior level to adapt and include in their game that sense of responsibility, being a top order batsman, where yes, you can play your attacking shots, yes, you can play your aggressive strokes, but there's no need to give it all away. You can play smart cricket, you can just take your time at the crease, get the singles, turn them into twos, put pressure on the fielders and the bowlers as well, because in fairness to them, they haven't really been bowling badly. They've just been bowling steady line of lengths apart from those deliveries that have been loose. But what the Barbados batsmen have done at the crease is that they have turned those good deliveries into runs still, which would frustrate any team, and especially the bowler.
Williams continues that slashed over backward point, running out towards the boundary by Paris for another 4. He moves up to 68. The 150 comes up for Barbados. Yes, they manipulated the field very well, because as we say here, Kashav, that it's very difficult at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, being the size of the ground it is, to plug those gaps, and they manipulated the field very well. I just think if Leewards have made any error, is just that the spinners have been erring on the shorter side a bit too frequently. 153 for 2. We're in over number 33. Full delivery by Pittman, played straight to,
as you said, that the spinners, I think they have just been operating a bit too quickly as well, which would in turn lead to those shorter deliveries, just trying to bowl a bit flatter and faster rather than giving it air, flight. Use the...
That's pulled beautifully in front of square by Paris, out to the boundary, and it rolls over the rope now for 4 more. So he moves into the 70s. He's on 72. And he's up the scoring since he passed 50. Clark is on 64. And that's 157 for 2.
We're going to see all of these shots coming out now. The fact that these two have a foundation, they have started well, and they're continuing in that fashion. Anything too full, anything too short, either being driven or pulled away to the boundaries.
Pittman runs into Paris again. And this one is much better delivery. They look for the single. Clark sent back, shy at the stumps, is unsuccessful.
Direct hit there, and he might have been in some trouble, but the bowler didn't even reach back to the stumps to collect. So he was able to get there safely in the end.
Pittman, as Leeward's desperate for a breakthrough into Paris, and that beats him. Has got the edge, has it? It has. The finger goes up and Paris is gone. Pittman makes the breakthrough once again. Paris is gone for an excellent 72. Barbados lose their third. 157 for 3. The partnership has finally come to an end. Excellent partnership there of 146 runs for the third wicket. Barbados 157 for 3 in over number 33.
Yes, well, the skipper, Justin Paris, has to go. Really well played innings from the young man. Should hold his head high. Would have been looking forward to getting a century at some point, but unfortunately has to depart. And look at this delivery here. Impressive again from Pittman, the strike bowler, as we have been calling him. That exact area where the batsman would have been unsure whether to come forward or not. Rightfully so, lack of movement along the crease. And he was just plodding at that one, noticeable outside edge, and has to go.
Yeah, excellent delivery once again by Pittman. Corridor of uncertainty, as they call it, just on or about off stump. Paris wasn't quite sure whether to play or leave. In the end, tickled it through to keeper Powell. Took a comfortable catch. And Barbados lose their third wicket. Pittman picks up his third. So important strike there for the Leeward Islands. Let's see if they can go bang bang. It's the new batsman is Rajiv Parsaram. Another left-hander as William Pittman completes his over. So he's bowled 7 overs now. No maidens, 3 for 27. He's taken all of the 3 wickets to fall. As Barbados, after being put into bat, 157 for 3 after 33. A lot will depend on Clark now to see this innings through. Still some 17 overs remaining. He's on 64 and he'll be on strike to Mikey Segolam. He's bowled 4 overs, no wicket for 17. Field spread far and wide. He's thumped that but straight to extra cover and there's no run. He's got short third man, backward point, cover, extra cover, long off, long on, deep mid wicket, deep backward square leg as Clark takes a single off that delivery. Moves on to 65, 158 for 3 and over number 34. Of course, this broadcast is coming to you live over the Windies Cricket YouTube channel. Thanks to Cricket 360. This West Indies Rising Stars Under 15s Championship for 2025. As Parsaram just plays that quietly into the offside. He remains on naught. Segalam coming around the wicket to him, but one too wide, called wide by umpire Williams. So 159 for 3. He tried to force that through the cover region, can't beat the field. Sprinkling of spectators here. Asians in the crowd supporting their team. A few Leeward Islands supporters also, including young Jewel Andrew.
Well, I was now going to ask you, Terry, where are the rest of the Leeward Islands fans? Because right now the Barbados fans seem to be outnumbering them, and also with the noise that they're making.
Very true. That should have been stopped by Segalam in his follow through. It wasn't. And poor return. They end up with 2. So a bit of sloppy cricket there by Leeward Islands to finish that over. So at the end of the over, Barbados have moved on to 161 for 3. And that's after 34 overs. Yes, encourage everybody to come down to Sir Vivian Richards Stadium to see these future stars in action.
Yeah, we encourage them to come down to all of the different venues. Of course, each round of matches, 3 venues in action. Today here at the SVRS and as well as the ARG and Liberta Sports Ground.
Pittman starts a new over to Clark, and Clark is turning that forward of square. They go through for 1 and come back for the second well-weighted shot. Guy on the deep mid-wicket boundary. Couldn't prevent them from taking 2, so Clark moves up to 67, 163 for 3. Yes, at Labota. Windward Islands up against Trinidad and Tobago. Windward Islands 112 for 8. In the 31st over, that takes the edge, but all the way along the ground. Down to third man for 1. Clark moves on to 68, 164 for 3. And the other match at Antigua Recreation Ground, Guyana have been bowled out for 104 up against Jamaica. That's a bit of a surprise.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, Jamaica were rolled over by this Barbados team in the first round. Guyana batted very well to chase down 168 against Trinidad and Tobago, but today, peel for LBW, but I think that was pitching outside leg. But today they were rolled over for 104, and well, there's the difference. Richard Rounderhall, who made an unbeaten 64 in the first round, went for naught. Brandon Henry, naught. Usain Fredericks, naught. So the middle order is where they came unstuck today. Andrew Lloyd, right arm fast medium.
And the 2 top scorers
Yes,
from the last game
made naught. 9.1 overs for Lloyd, 4 maidens, 4 for 14. So Jamaica will be chasing 105 there for victory. And Windward Islands are still going 113 for 8 up against Trinidad and Tobago out at Liberta after 31 overs. Here, of course, at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, Barbados 164 for 3. We're in over number 35. So it's cricket 360 roundup of the 3 matches going on in this second round of the West Indies Rising Stars. And that's clean bowl, good full delivery by Pittman, and he stands there and he gives Passarom a send-off there. Well bowled again, full and straight. You miss, I hit. Passarom missed, he's gone for 2. Barbados lose their 4th. It's 164 for 4.
What an excellent delivery from Pittman. If it's one thing, he has been the main standout for the Leeward Islands under 15 team. Apart from being the solitary wicket taker, it seems as if any time he has the ball in hand, something special is about to happen, because he has produced these sort of deliveries that I think would give any batsman trouble. You know, he's really put on a show here.
Most definitely, and he's hunting a 5-for. Figures of 4 for 30. All 4 wickets have been taken by him, but he's had beautiful rhythm in his approach today.
And look at that delivery. Started outside of the leg stump. That swing carried it to pitch on or wrong middle and leg, and then went on to hit the middle stump back.
Yeah,
My
excellent.
word.
Excellent delivery, and full and straight. That's what you need to be here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. As the ground staff are just moving around towards the covers once again. It's getting a bit darker here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, but play will continue for now. So 164 for 4, we're in over number 35. And William Pittman is doing his best to keep Leewards in the game here. He's got one delivery left. Of his 8th over. Again, full and straight, nudged into the extra cover region. They take a quick single to complete the over. So at the end of the over, Barbados 165 for 4. Kalani Clark is still there. He's on 68. Wicketkeeper batsman Seth Smith has just joined him. He's on 1. And Pittman has bowled 8 overs, no maidens, 4 for 30. So 165 for 4. They still have some 15 overs remaining to Barbados.
Lots of smiles in the Barbados camp as they seem very relaxed. Of course, with the score 165 for 4, they are approaching, or in fact they will be going on to set what will be the highest total in this under-15 tournament so far. We saw in that first game, Guyana chasing down 169 for victory. And that would have been the highest score in the first round of matches. In this second encounter, with the other first innings having been completed and under that 150 mark, we have a chance here to set a new benchmark.
So it's going to be Captain Jaquan Artenez to take up the attack from the Sir Andy Roberts end. He's bowling to Kalani Clark. That one is turned backward a square, and again well weighted. They're able to pick up 2 more. So Clark goes up to, in fact it was Smith who's on strike. He goes up to 3, 167 for 4. Smith to this delivery. Guides it down backward of point, and a misfield from the return back to Captain Artenez allows another 2. So just getting a bit sloppy in the field, the Leeward Islands.
The captain did not look pleased at all there.
No, it wasn't such a great return. Smith looks like a busy customer at the crease. Looks like he's trying to work the ball into the gaps. That's hit firmly straight to mid-off, but they go through for a single. So good.
Because you see Widoff is on the edge of the circle and he's also wide, they played it straight to him but got a single so easily. It's as if as soon as they play the shot, they're already advancing a couple pieces down the wicket. Always looking to rotate the strike with initiative.
It's hit firmly by Clark all the way along the ground to long on for an easy single to complete the over. So at the end of over number 36, Barbados 171 for 4. And as you say, Kashav, now that is the highest score so far of the tournament. So Leeward Islands will know that they'll need to make the highest score, as there's Mr. Hugo and the ever faithful posse who come to every single match. Of course, Hugo, great player for Leeward Islands over the years himself, and manager of the team.
I think around every one of the grounds in the Caribbean, you always have those stalwarts, those legends of the game.
Certainly a legend, that's for sure.
Local, regional, and some of them even international.
Now again though, Kashav, I'm not convinced about this. There's a bowling change from the commentary box, also Curtly Ambrose end of the ground. So William Pittman has been taken off with 2 overs remaining, I would have bowled him out.
Likewise.
The only wicket taker, and that's short and pulled and straight through the hands of the deep mid-wicket fielder there, and has gone all the way for 6. It was travelling, but he got both hands up to it, couldn't hold on to it, and that's the first 6 of the innings to Kalani Clark. He moves on to 75, and once again, anything short, he is on to in a flash.
Got it on the middle of the bat and burst through the hands of the fielder there. Good valiant attempt. Very difficult indeed.
So it's Treon Daniel who's replaced, and that's wide down the leg side, called wide by the umpire. 177 for 4. Daniel opened the bowling with Pittman. So Kalani Clark eyeing a century here. He's 25 away, faces Daniel. That's a slower delivery outside off stump. Peels off the outer edge. Down to third man for a single. Clark moves on to 76. And the score is 179 for 4. Clark at 6 became the highest scorer of the innings, surpassing his captain who made 72. In a brilliant third wicket partnership of 146. It really set this innings up for Barbados.
And the reality is, since he came to the wicket, Clark is leading the run scoring.
Smith turns this straight to short fine leg. But, well called through for a single by Clark.
Yeah, when he came to the crease, he was scoring at a more rapid rate than Paris, and Paris was allowed to take his time and continue along in his innings, of course being one of the batsmen at the crease when the 2 of initial wickets fell. And then he continued to score freely in the end.
Daniel is whipped through the mid-wicket region, way out towards the boundary as Rondre Daniel, his twin brother, comes round to field. Take 2 more. Clark moves on to 78, 182 for 4. In over number 37. Treon Daniel runs into Clark once more. Full delivery on the drive is Clark. They pinch a quick single if the fielder there at mid-off would have picked up. He would have been in with a huge chance.
I think he's cross with himself based on his
should
reaction. Vice captain there, Farrell.
Yes, Carice Farrell.
And he's been in the thick of things since ball 1. As soon as the ball gets in his hand, he's not shy at all to go up to any of the players. And I think we can all guess what time it is, Terry. It's that lunch hour. And most of these patrons are grabbing a bite to eat. That newly opened restaurant, he said. What's the name of it?
I'm trying to remember.
It looks very popular indeed.
Start of a new over, and that's pulled backward of square by Clark. Didn't get any timing behind that. He picks up 1 more. He moves moves on to 80. We're in over number 38, 184 for 4. Artenez is into his 9th over. Figures so far, no wicket for 38. He's bowling to Smith, who's on 7. It's turned nicely backward of square by Smith for another single. So he moves on to 8. 185 for 4. Thumped straight to mid-off. They pick up another one. So Clark has moved on to 81, 186 for 4. Leeward Islands looking down the barrel of a huge total here. Still some 12 overs, and that's slashed by Smith. Backward of point into the boundary, 4 more. Full toss there by Artenez, got the treatment.
A bit too full from the spinner. And sometimes these deliveries, ironically, Terry, can lead to a dismissal because of the awkward height. Batsmen sometimes play it in the air or miscue, but with the form that Clark is in, he's not going to let any of those deliveries go away. In fact, that was Seth Smith. But likewise, since he has come to the crease, Smith has also been very confident in his approach.
Yeah, 12 off 10 partnerships already worth 26 off 18, 190 for 4. Smith just adjusting his gloves, but he's ready now for Artenez. Full-blooded drive through the cover region and beats the sweeper on the boundary. Hit that with some power. 4 more. Back-to-back boundaries now for Smith. And these Bayesians are doing what they like, really. Full and wide by Artenez. And he flayed that like a tracer bullet through the cover region.
Seems as if Smith has come out here with a purpose and been given that role to come and play his shots with all of the freedom in the world. Of course, 194 for 4 at the end of 38. By all means, can feel free to let his hands loose. Try to score aggressively and quickly based on the foundation that was set from Paris and Clark. Partnership over 100 runs.
Yeah, 146 to be exact for that third wicket has really set Bayesians alight here, and we're going to have another bowling change. It's going to be Jathan Edward coming back, the leg spinner. And that's short again and pulled through the mid-wicket area. He has not missed out on one of those all day as Clark. He races on to 85, 198 for 4. And Barbados certainly asserting their dominance here.
Well, the amount of times that we have seen that shot being played by Clark is also a testament to the amount of times that the ball has been pitched in to his pads or going down the leg side, allowing him to shuffle his feet across, get in that back and across position to pull comfortably, and he's done it so quickly each time, getting into that right position and rolling his wrists while playing the shot.
3 men now back on the onside for Edward.
And even there, Terry, cutting it straight to the fielder powerfully, but immediately took off for the single.
Yes, but Kashav, when you're bowling to somebody who picks up length as quickly as Kalani Clark does, you need to be a lot fuller. And again, poor fielding this by Leeward Islands allows 2 that was just knocked backward of square, fielder coming off the deep backward square boundary. The 200 is up for Barbados, 201 for 4 in the 39th. That's cut by Smith through the cover region. 2 more.
They could have looked for the third there, because the fielder flicked the ball back for his colleague who was accompanying him, but I don't think he seemed interested initially.
So already 9 off this over. 2 balls remaining. We've had 24s and a 6 so far in this innings, and that's thumped back past the bowler into the boundary for 4. So this is not a good over by Edward, and these bowling changes have not worked as far as the Leeward Islands are concerned. Pittman picked up 2 wickets. They finally brought him back into the attack. He still had 2 overs remaining. I know they're worried about the latter overs, but they needed wickets instead of keeping him on. Trion Daniel come back and went for a few, and now a full toss, and that's been whacked straight over. Long on for 6 by Smith. He goes on to 30, and at the end of the 39th over, Barbados 213 for 4, and that over of Jatan Edward has cost 19. So 213 for 4. We still have 11 overs left, Kashal.
Well, it's really just been an onslaught here since Smith has come to the crease. He's striking at a strike rate of 200 at this point in time. And Kalani Clark on the other end, who has been striking magnificently throughout his entire innings, he's just been a bystander in that last over. And a well-deserved rest for him, you would think, so that he can now push through to try and get to his century mark. Of course, been out there for quite some time, and the different stoppages in between would not have helped in terms of maintaining his momentum, his ability to flow with the bat.
So Jaquan Artenes continues to ring in the changes. It looks like Trion Daniel is coming back into the attack, but he's changing ends. Gone back to where he started from, Sir Andy Roberts' end of the ground. Bowled 6 overs, no wicket for 32 as he's into Clark. That's wide outside the off stump. An appeal, and he's given him. Wow. Clark surprised, and I must say I am too. It was wide. He went for the shot, and the keeper didn't appeal. A polite inquiry by Trion Daniel, and that's all it took. So Clark's top innings has come to an end on 86 of 89 deliveries. Barbados lose their 5th.
I really do feel it for him.
For 5.
I felt as if I was dismissed there because of the fact that he worked so hard to reach to that stage, and that is the first loose shot that he has really played. Full wide, slashing at it and taking the edge through to the keeper. Nonetheless greeted by loud cheers and applause as he reaches back to the dugout. But excellent innings there from Clark. Impressive again from the young man. And let's see how close this delivery passed to the bat.
As I say, daylight between bat and ball. Unlucky, but we'll have there's a water break going on, so we'll be back on Cricket 360 momentarily.
New batsman to the crease for Barbados under 15s, Shanico Sargent. Trion Daniel picking up a wicket in the first delivery of this over. That wicket of Kalani Clark would have made some very useful runs for his team heading up into the 80s, and then a decision that will certainly be looked at again by the Barbados team as well as the officials, because it seemed as if there was a noticeable gap between bat and ball, but at the end of the day, the decision on the field is final in these games. No availability of the review system or any of those technological innovations to ask the question with the added assistance of the review technology, but Clark is nonetheless back in the hut.
Daniel continues, another wide ball outside off stump. No contact made by new batsman Shanico Sargent. But yeah, very unlucky there. Unfortunately, a poor decision by the umpire. Clear daylight between bat and ball. And it was just really a polite inquiry by Trion Daniel. Keeper Powell wasn't interested. But looking at the replay, he was unlucky on his way to the first century of the tournament. So a successful over there for Daniel comes to an end. And after 40 overs, Barbados 213 for 5. Seth Smith is on 30 of just the 15 deliveries. So we're about to start the remaining 10 overs. And here's the replay again of the Clark dismissal. And when you look at it again, Kashav, it's more likely that it should have been called a wide, which is, I'd say, why Daniel appealed in the first place, to stop the umpire calling wide.
Well, I must
and
admit,
he got a bonus.
when I saw the umpire moving his hands, I thought it was going to be to stretch them out wide instead of raise the finger, but
that's gone through everything down to the boundary for 4 byes. The first ball of a new over from Jathan Edward. Yes, so he convinced the umpire not to call it wide. I think he was surprised as the rest of us with the umpire giving that out. So hard luck there for Kalani.
oh, I see some turn there from Edward, the first time in this innings. We've seen a delivery pitch and then veer in the opposite direction. In the air, but safely down to the fielder at long off.
So Smith will continue to go for his shots, and why not? Two 18 for 5. We're in over number 41. And that's a return cut straight to Edward, and he took it very well. So Shanico Sargent goes for naught. Hit firmly back. It was a full toss, but hit it straight back to Edward, who took a comfortable catch to pick up his first wicket. Barbados lose their 6 to 18 for 6.
Yeah, very, very soft dismissal indeed. And prior to this, I know I was mentioning, Terry, about these full toss deliveries, which can easily lead to a dismissal because sometimes they just catch you by surprise as a batsman, not expecting it, and when it's at an awkward height, just try to play a straight drive and sent it directly back into the hands of Edward. Could have put that ball anywhere where he wanted, but now coming to the crease, possibly just deciding to use the straight bat, have a cautious approach, and leading to his dismissal. Sargent has to go. So Smith is still there, 31 from 18. He has been explosive when he's been given the chance to face. And now new batsman coming to the crease. 218 for 6. Some 9 overs remaining after 2 legal deliveries.
Yes, especially when you just come to the crease, you'd only face the 3 deliveries. So as you say, it would have been much better to play that up to long off for comfortable single to get himself going. This is lobbed over. Short extra cover by Smith. Pick up 2 more. So he goes on to 33. 221 for 6. And that completes over number 41. But yes, Sargent's eyes lit up and he saw that full toss, but hit it straight back to Edward. I thought Edward was even lucky to get another over there with the over he bowled previous to that one, going for some 19 runs. Nevertheless, he picked up the wicket. So 221 for 6 after 41. Treon Daniel will continue the attack from Sir Andy Roberts' end. Leeward Islands will be hoping they can pick up these 4 wickets inside the 9 overs to try and restrict Barbados, but that's flown over cover just for the single. So new batsman Asher Branford goes to 2. 222 for 6. Brings Seth Smith back onto strike. He's on 33. Daniel into Smith. Clipped nicely through the mid-wicket region. And they take a comfortable 2. 224 for 6. Smith moves on to 35. He's come out with clear intentions. The 35 has come off just 20 deliveries. As Daniel is into him again. One's driven into the cover region and they take 1. 225 for 6. Leeward Islands looking at a daunting target to chase down here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium later today. He advances, takes the top edge and is dropped at backward point. Swirling round a bit in the air. Branford advanced to Treon Daniel.
And it's Farrell, the vice captain, who has always had the ball in hand and always giving some chatter to the batsman. What seemed to be a regulation catch, he's put it down. It's one of those instances where You have to let the talking be done with the performance on the field. Look at this.
Yes, went straight to him. Was swirling around a bit in the air, but should have been grabbed. So another let off for Barbados. The fielding hasn't been particularly good by the Leewards today. .227 for 6. We're in over number 42 as Daniel into Smith. It's knocked into the cover region for another easy single. Smith goes to 37, .228 for 6. But just giving away a couple of overthrows, a couple of run-out opportunities not taken. And then that catch going down has not helped the Leewards. That's played well by Branford for another single to complete the over. So after 42 overs, Barbados at .229 for 6. Branford is on 4. And Smith is on 37.
So what do you think would be the projected score at this stage, Terry, apart from the projected score of 273 given by the run rate that they are going with at this moment? Of course, 4 wickets in hand, 8 overs left. I think if they get anything over 250, they will be more than satisfied.
I think they're more than satisfied now. I mean, after being sent in, and you can, and after being in trouble, 11 for 2, early trouble, you can post over 200. You've already got the highest score of the competition so far. We know Leeward Islands didn't bat very well the other day when they were bowled out for 109. And in that 109, there was 43 extras as the top score. I think Barbados will be very happy with their morning's work. Edward is continuing. He's in his 8th over. Smith takes a single. He moves up to 38. .231 for 6 in over number 43. Bradford slashing that into the cover region. Can't beat the field. This time Farrell collects, fires the return in, but Smith was comfortably home. Squeezed out into the offside again for another single. Full toss again and swept away and swept powerfully through the mid-wicket region into the boundary. 4 more. So Edward just can't find his right line here.
Well, in fairness to him, he got a wicket off a full toss already, so maybe decided try twice. Of course, this one lined on the leg side, so easier to pull away.
Smith goes up to 42. That one's thumped straight back to the bowler. Does the fielding to end the over. So at the end of 43 overs, Barbados going along very comfortably. 236 for 6. Smith on 42 and Branford on 6. And of course it was the third wicket partnership of 146 between Captain Justin Paris, who made 72, and Kalani Clark, who made 86. That has really set this innings up for Barbados. As we say, they've already made the highest score by far of the competition thus far. And they're looking for a few more with still 7 overs to go. Daniel to continue from the Sir Andy Roberts end, and that's played straight back past the bowler by Branford. Another misfield allows the batsman to come back for 2, so Branford moves on to 8. 238 for 6. Leewards tell by their body language that they're under the pump here at Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. It's worked nicely by Branford into the mid-wicket area. Take another single. All these Barbadian batsmen have run well between the wickets, kept the scoreboard ticking. Picked up the 1s and 2s and manipulated the balls into the gaps very well. Daniel into Smith, who's on 42. He just works this nicely, backward of square, chase on for keeper Powell. And another 2, and the return came in, and luckily it was eventually backed up. So Smith moves on to 44, 241 for 6.
And you saw the keeper running for the ball, but nobody went to the wicket to collect. And then a few occasions we've seen some overthrows where there's no backing up. So I think it's one of those situations where some of those basic fielding tenets just need to be reminded.
Smith plays this quietly to backward point for another single. He moves on to 45, 242 for 6. Good intelligent batting by Smith, 45 of just the 27 deliveries. And the score keeps mounting. Branford back on strike to Daniel, and he advances and clubs that up to long off for another single. He moves on to 10. Partnership is already worth 25 off 19 deliveries. 243 for 6. That's better delivery by Daniel right up in the block hole to finish the over. So he finishes the over with a dot ball. He's bowled 9 overs, 1 for 47. At the end of 44 overs, Barbados 243 for 6. Up the ante here and closer to 300. But William Pittman is back into the attack, and he's bowling to Branford. And that's a good slower ball to start with, outside off stump. Dot balls at this stage for the Leeward Islands are like gold. Field well and truly spread for Pittman. as you would expect at this stage, as he runs away from us now into Branford. That one too wide outside off stump. Called wide, so score goes up to 244 for 6. We're in over number 45. So he's got a third man, backward point, sweeper on the cover point boundary. Cover, long off, long on, mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket, and short fine leg, as that one's played all the way along the ground to long off by Branford. He moves on to 11, 245 for 6. Bowled extremely well today as young William Pittman. Had great rhythm, great control, nice and full and straight. Reap the rewards as he's looking for a fifer. 4 for 34 at the moment in his 9th over. And even now in these latter overs where Barbados are looking to push on, bowling a good line outside off stump, keeping things tight. It's that slash to backward point who does the fielding. No run. Be very interesting this run chase this afternoon, though, Kashav, to see if the Leeward Islands are up to the task. They'll be disappointed with the way they batted in the first match. Look to redeem themselves in this one, but they've got a hell of a target to chase. Well, they will have. As Barbados approach 250. The 2 singles and a wide so far off this Pittman over, with 1 delivery remaining. And that was a full delivery, and it's taken the outside edge, running down towards third man, who comes around now. And they pick up 2 more. So at the end of over number 45, Barbados moved on to 248 for 6. Branford is on 13 and Smith is on 46. Partnership yielding 30 so far of just the 26 deliveries. So 5 overs remaining. Run a ball to get them up to around 280. Be looking for more than that, you would suspect. John Daniel to continue. Full delivery played back past the bowler up to long off for a single. 249 for 6. Smith moves on to 47. Branford back on strike. He's on 13. Daniel is in his final over. It's played into the cover region. Another easy single. As you expect, the field is deep. 5 men out on the boundary. Cover point sweeping on the offside. Deep mid-wicket sweeping on the onside. Long on, long off. And fine leg. Short third man just on the 30-yard circle. Backward point. cover and mid-wicket. And kept a little low through to keeper Powell, no run. So Smith is on 47. 250 is up for Barbados. They're 250 for 6. We're in over number 46. It's turned nicely by Smith back with a square. They run the first one hard and come easily back for the second. So more good running by this pair. 252 for 6. Smith moves on to 49. So just one away from what will be the third half century of the innings. A wide ball tries to cut it but can't beat backward point. So he remains on 49. Daniel comes in for his final delivery of his 10 overs, and that one's played straight back to him by Smith to complete the over. So Cheon Daniel has bowled out his 10 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 51. And at the end of over number 46, Barbados 252 for 6, with Smith on 49. And Branford on 14. So Pittman should bowl his last over. If anybody deserves a fiver, it's William Pittman today, but it's not going to be. They're giving the ball back to Jathan Edward, the leg spinner.
I'm wondering if they're saving Pittman for the last over, but again, as you said, at this stage, by all means, they should be able to give him the last over on the trot, see if he can make any further impact.
And that's hit firmly straight down the ground. Good fielding there at mid-on. Cuts off the boundary, restricts the scoring to 1. So Branford moves to 15, 253 for 6. Jaquan Artenez down there at long on. A better delivery by Edward. Smith still on 49. Faces Edward now. That's swept and swept nicely. Backward of square. Beats the fielder on the boundary. 4 runs and 50 to Seth Smith. 53 off just the 36 deliveries. Played innings there by the young man, and the score goes on to 257 for 6.
From the moment he came to the crease, he seemed to be in a very attacking mood, and of course, knowing that there was a solid foundation set and still some overs to go, he played with a carefree spirit and it worked well in his favour. Welcome half century there for Smith.
Half an appeal by Edward to that delivery, but going down leg. Yes, he looked busy from the time he came out to the middle. 53 of just 36 deliveries. You get another one there. He goes on to 54, 258 for 6. Brings Asher Branford back onto strike. He's on 15. Good little partnership this though, towards the back end of the innings. 40 off just 37 deliveries. That's a full toss again, and it's Hoyt and dropped again. A deep mid wicket. So they pick up 2 more.
And this one was noticeably more difficult, but again you see a full toss leading to a potential chance.
Yeah, he had a fair way to come in off the rope, but he did get there, did get both hands to it, but unfortunately couldn't hold on. So at the end of over number 47, Barbados 260 for 6. So Seth Smith's half century included 5 fours and 1 6. And that's the 3rd half century of the innings. Captain Justin Paris made 72. Kalani Clark, top score of 86. And that was the partnership of 146 for the 3rd wicket between Paris and Clark that really set this Barbados innings alight.
And then when you have someone like Smith coming in the middle order and able to score a blistering half century, it really augurs well for this Barbados team. They seem to be an extremely tight unit in terms of their chemistry.
So Artenez will bowl his final over. He starts off with a wide and they take a single. Okay. Got some bat onto that. And that is hit high over mid-wicket. On the bounce to the fielder on the boundary. Just the single, so 263 for 6. Bradford goes up to 18. Smith is back on strike. He's on 54. Artenez around the wicket to both these right-handers. Quicker, straighter delivery. Smith can only play it back to the bowler. That one he punches nicely up to long on for a single. Moves on to 55, 264 for 6. Bradford advancing, missed it. Keeper Powell didn't collect cleanly, so a missed opportunity for a stumping there. Dance down the pitch to a full delivery from Artenez.
If he collected there, certainly would have been
he
able
would
to
have been
just
in
clip the
trouble.
reels.
Again he advances. This time he makes contact out through mid-wicket. They look for the second. It is not there, so just 1 to Bradford. He moves on to 19, 265 for 6. This one goes straight to mid-off and is caught. So Artenez, with his final delivery of his 10-over spell, picks up a wicket, that of Seth Smith. He's out caught for a well-played 55 of just 41 deliveries. Barbados lose their 7th, 265 for 7 at the end of over number 48.
Yeah, and a welcome wicket there for the skipper. Was bowled really economical for majority of his spell, and deciding to give it some air, and the catch very comfortable this time for Farrell, making up for that earlier chance that he would have spilled. But Indeed, the skipper has done some human service despite conceding some 53 runs. It's bowled nicely, and now Edward set to continue again.
And that is edge, but drops in front of short third man, but he's been run out. So they look for the quick single, didn't make it. Better bit of fielding that time by the Leeward Islands. And Joshua Thompson's stay at the crease was very short. He didn't get to face the ball. Run out for naught. Barbados lose their 8th.
And good pick up on through.
Yeah.
Keep a right by the stumps. Good take. And
he's well out.
Yep. Even from this angle, you could see bat in the air, feet behind, everything behind the crease, and signaled out by the umpire. So at this stage, as you said, didn't get to face the ball, but I think they're just looking to try and score off of every single delivery, regardless of any individual accolades.
So 265 for 8. We're in over number 49. And it's punched for a single.
Just a single down to the fielder at the Cow Corner region, but
it's Liam Seeley. Right, let's come to the crease. So and misfielding of his own ball in that time. Edward allows another single. Branford, he moves on to 20, 267 for 8. Edward into, and again, that's 2 deliveries have been hit straight back to him, not with a great deal of pace, but he's overrun both of them and allowed single off each.
And he saw his shout of frustration with himself.
268 for 8. They take the single again to short third man, but this time better judgment gets them home. And that completes over number 49. So at the end of the over, Barbados 269 for 8. Just the 1 over remaining, and that will be bowled by William Pittman. Hopefully. So he's got a chance of getting his 5-er. And kept him off so long, I should say, Kashav, that he now has to swap ends. He's bowled all his overs from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. He'll bowl his last from the Sir Andy Roberts end. So 268 for 8 with 1 over remaining.
I would just wonder if this change of ends is going to affect him. Ideally it shouldn't.
That's played through the cover region. Sweeper comes off the boundary and they take 1.
Personally, I would have given him his final over when he was still bowling from this Curtly Ambrose end. Not just because of the end, but because of the rhythm and the momentum he had. Came back and he picked up 2 wickets after his initial spell in which he got 2 wickets.
And that's gone high in the air, but it's going to clear the fielders. And they just keep it from crossing the boundary row. Personally, I would have bowled him out in around about the 30-odd over mark, but
You just wonder because they took a while to bring him back, and as soon as he came back,
he took 2 wickets and they took him off again.
So you just wonder if he was brought back earlier, whether he would have been able to break up that partnership. And he gets it.
Bowling, well done indeed. That's tremendous bowling there by William Pittman. Congratulations to the young man.
Really, really well bowled from Pittman. Impressive spell from this young man. I've liked everything that I've seen from him, and he deserves all of these praises that he's going to get.
Yes, he's bowled exceptionally well from the get-go today. Great rhythm, great accuracy. Troubled all the Barbados batsmen and picks up a 5-wicket haul. So congratulations to William Pittman.
Intelligent bowling, very accurate, consistent, nice use of the swing early on as well with the new ball. And I think everything we have seen from Pittman today has certainly been very bright and prosperous for not only his future, but the future of Leeward Islands as well as West Indies cricket. Can have a young fast bowler picking up a 5-wicket haul and just showing that ease in his consistency. 10-over spell, never easy for anyone, and he's done it.
Another misfield though allows a second run. So Barbados up to 275 for 9 in this, the final over. It was Brantford that Pittman picked up for 23 off the just 26 deliveries. That one is aerial and taken. So Pittman finishes with 6. Excellent bowling there by William Pittman. He's been on the money all day. Barbados have eventually been bowled out in the 50th over. By my calculations, 275, I think it is, Kashal. That be right? 275. We just
await the confirmation from the live score, but
yeah.
Take a look at this replay. Pittman picking up his 6th wicket, and extremely well deserved this occasion, slicing outside the outer edge of the bat, and a good catch taken there from Farrell. And you see Pittman leading his team off the field, and well deserved from the young man. So we've seen some good all-round cricket in this first half here, Terry. We've seen a very good batting performance from the Barbados team, as well as a very impressive bowling performance from young Pittman.
Now Pittman bowled extremely well all day. Full, straight, with pace, great control, excellent rhythm. And I believe he's picked up 6 for 41 off 9.5 overs. And Barbados have been bowled out for 275 off 49.5 overs. So 276 for the Leewards to win. It's going to be a huge ask, but not impossible. We'll be back on Windies Cricket YouTube channel for the live ball-by-ball coverage of the second innings of this match in the West Indies Rising Stars Under-15s Championship between Leeward Islands and Barbados. Barbados bowled out for 275. Leeward Islands will be chasing 276 for victory, and we'll be back in around 30 minutes' time. Welcome back to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium for the second half of this clash in the CWI Rising Stars Under 15 Championship between Leeward Islands and Barbados. And Leeward Islands are about to commence their innings. They're chasing a mammoth 276 to win after defending champions Barbados were bowled out for 275 after being asked to bat first in 49.5 overs. As we start proceedings, it's Jahidi Hines bowling to Killen Woods, the opening batsman for Leewards, Killen Woods and Clavonte Powell. Yes, so Barbados 275 they put on the board. That's the highest score of the competition thus far. And that's Red, taken the glove, simple catch. He's gone. Second ball is Killen Woods. That was a vicious bouncer there by Jahidi Hines. It read up on Woods and he tried to sway out the way. It rushed onto him, took the glove and lobbed straight up in the air. Simple catch for the keeper. Barbados strike early with the second delivery of the Leeward's innings. Killen Wood is gone for naught. And it's 0 for 1. Good afternoon, Kashav. If you weren't awake, that'll wake you up.
Well, definitely, Terry. What an attacking bouncer here from Hines. A really good aggressive fast bowling from the youngster. And immediately Barbados strike. Leeward Islands, unfortunately, 1 wicket down without any runs on the board.
Yes, it was always going to be a tall ask to get these 276. That has definitely made their task a lot tougher. But brilliantly bowled there by Hines. So 0 for 1. In this, the first over of Barbados, of Leeward Islands' reply to Barbados' 275. Half centuries in Barbados' innings to Captain Justin Paris, as Hines is in again.
And look at that bounce and carry through to the keeper again.
Yes, Aidan Williams is the new batsman. He's able to keep his hands down. So it flies through to the keeper. Hines again into Williams. 2 slips weights. Bang on target. Played back to the bowler and there's no run.
He seems to have a decent amount of pace as well, does Hines. It's generating some nice acceleration upon delivery.
Yes, so half centuries to Paris, Clark and Smith. Got Barbados to 275. Again, bang on target. Played quietly up to mid-on and there's no run. So early setback here for the young Leeward Islands. With Killen Woods going second ball. And again, Hines bang on target. So excellent first up over, a wicket maiden there for Jahidi Hines, and chasing 276 for victory. Leeward Islands a 0 for 1 after 1. So Barbados, after being sent in, put 275 on the board. They were bowled out in 49.5 overs. Clark top score 86. Seth Smith Wicketkeeper batsman made 55. Justin Paris, Barbados captain, made 72. And it was the partnership between Paris and Clark for the third wicket of 146 after they were in a spot of bother at 11 for 2 that really set the tone for Barbados to reach that 275. Tremendous bowling by William Pittman, though. He was fast, accurate in the 3 spells that he took, picked up 2 wickets in each spell to end with the figures of 6 for 41 of 9.5 overs. Leeward's in reply, no wicket, none for 1. And Jeremiah Ford take up the attack from this the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. He starts off with a wide. So first runs to Leeward Islands.
A bit of a harsh score, that one. I think it is in fact within the line. Only veered past the line when it went through to the keeper, but Pye deciding on wide after all. So the first run's on the board. Leeward Islands, albeit extras.
That one, tailoring back in, he went for the big drive there. The shot was not on. Lucky he didn't get an edge through to Smith, the keeper. So 1 for 1, we're in the second over. I can tell you that the skies have cleared. Sunshine here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. We had a rain delay earlier. Showers this morning and then a rain delay during the Barbados innings. Ford bang on target again. Defended back to the bowler by Powell.
And just look at the run-up of Jeremiah Ford. His marker is just before the edge of the 30-yard circle. He's a tall guy, which means he's going to generate some bonks as well in addition to that pace.
Yes, and the left armour, they're always a problem. Bowling to 2 slips, short third man. Backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-wicket. Deep backward square leg and a fine leg. Is the left armour forward into Powell. Powell is clipping that down to fine leg for a single, so he gets off the mark. The score is 2 for 1. Nicely bowled once again by Ford, but well defended by Aidan Williams.
So, based on your knowledge of this Leeward Islands under 15 team, Terry, who do you think they'll be looking to as their main batsmen to try and help them get to this target?
Their captain scores a lot of runs at school level. Bang on target again. Just kept out there. Did Aidan Williams to complete the over. So at the end of 2 overs, Leeward Islands are 2 for 1.
Well, I'm sure, apart from the captain, there must be some other batsmen who might be able to assist, because if we have to rely on him alone to get these 270 odd runs, it's going to be quite a difficult task.
Oh, it's going to be quite a difficult task anyway. Kasham, but Rondre Daniel, they'll be looking at him for runs.
Well, it's certainly going to be an uphill task, given the score that was set and also given the aggressive bowling that we have seen Barbados start their innings with. Very consistent thus far. Hines and Ford keeping it just on around that off-stump area.
That's well cut between gully and backward point for 4. So the first boundary of the Leeward's innings off the bat of Clavonte Powell. He moves on to 5 and the score 6 for 1. Got a bit of width there and cut it well.
Yeah, nicely cut away. Ball stood up there to be hit. Took advantage of the extra bounce on this occasion.
Again, it gets width, but can't split the gap on this occasion. Interesting, they took the second slip out though. Put him into a gully. Went down that leg side. Not called by the umpire though.
Just wonder if that might have brushed the thigh pad on the way through.
So Hines is bowling to a slip, gully backward point, third man, cover mid-off, mid-wicket, deep backward square and short fine leg. The odd on the board, and the way they picked up that first wicket, that they'd have a few more slips fielders in there at least. That one's whipped past the short fine leg for 4. So Powell picking up a couple of boundaries in that over. He moves on to 9. The end of over number 3. Leeward Islands at 10 for 1. Couple of more slips, especially for Hines, where he got that ball to lift.
I definitely agree. I think it would be good to have some sort of attacking field set. Even some fielders close in off of the edge of the 30-yard circle instead of directly on it.
Ford cleaned him up. Beautiful in-swinging Yorker. Williams was all over that. Barbados pick up their second wicket. Leeward's in trouble, 10 for 2.
My word, Terry, that was a brilliant Yorker from Ford. And maybe they're telling themselves they don't need some fielders if they're going to be hitting the stumps like that.
True, and just before that, I mean, he's got 2 slips in. They got, interestingly, we just look at the replay, beautiful in-swing and yoga, toe crusher, and straight through the defenses of Aiden Williams.
There's nothing he could have done. Really and truly nothing at all because of the pace and how close the Yorker was to his feet. Just try to get the bat now in time and get something on it, but unable to and has to go back to the pavilion without scoring. So thus far only Powell able to get back on ball and score runs for the Leeward Islands, as this Barbados bowling attack is very menacing indeed.
Yeah, so he's got the 2 slips in for Jeremiah Ford. But instead of having the gully, he's got a short third man inside the circle. Ford in again and again. He looks for the Yorker, but that's well played. In front of square. So captain himself, Jaquan Artenez, is at the crease now. So Leeward Islands 11 for 2. Takes the edge, flies past second slip. See, I mean, if you're not going to have a gully, that short third man, he wouldn't be better off a third slip, and that would have gone straight down his throat. And this guy a deep backward square leg. They're not exactly ball and short.
Exactly. I think the first slip is also very close, first and second slip. So in fact, if the second slip was just a couple of steps to his right, might have been able to get a hand on it. But even so, Terry, I tend to agree with you. 2 wickets down already. You need wickets to win this game, because it's not as if you want to bowl the entire 50 overs just to restrict the Leewards. You want to bowl them out and get maximum efficiency out of this game. And no harm in putting another fielder there. I think the fielder at deep backward square at this stage could easily come into a catching position. Nice looking stroke here.
They come back for the second and well run. So Powell moves on to 11. Score 13 for 2. Over number 4. Yeah, just an interesting field place in that short. Third man. Why you wouldn't have him in the gully at least, if not third slip. But anyway, Ford continues to Powell. Powell's trying to run that down. The ball died on the way through to Keeper Smith to complete the over. So at the end of 4 overs, Leeward Islands chasing 276 for victory, 11 for 2. So Hines will continue from the Sir Andy Roberts end of the ground. Be bowling to Leeward's captain, Jaquan Artenez. It's the 1 slip gully backward point, third man on the boundary. Artenez looking to leave that. Catches the toe end of the bats. It rolls safely through to the keeper. Hines in again.
The noticeable difference that I've seen from this opening pair of fast bowlers to the Leeward Islands is that, granted, these two are quicker and generating more bounce, but they are not swinging the ball as much as the Leeward Islands bowlers, who were less in pace, less bounce, but got it to move around a bit more. You can still see that strong wind persisting. Players and their jerseys and shirts. And also these flags.
Yeah, Barbados supporters waving their flags as they should be.
Oh, almost another tedious Yorker. Well, dug out there from the skipper. Both he and Powell, a lot of work to do to rebuild this innings.
They can take heart from the fact that they're 10 for 2. Barbados were 11 for 2. They dug themselves out through Captain Paris and Clark with that 146-run partnership.
It's almost identical, isn't it? The scores at this stage. 2 early wickets. Captain at the crease.
Turned nicely forward a square by Antonez just for the single to complete the over. So we've had 5 overs of the Leeward's innings. And Antonez is moved to 2. And the Leewards are 14 for 2 in pursuit of 276 for victory.
Well, Powell has seemed solid thus far. Doesn't seem to be fazed by the attack from these fast bowlers. He's confident in his stroke play. And picking up 2 boundaries in previous over from forward. From Hines rather, as Ford is the one who in fact got the wicket in the last over, but 2 different type of wickets, but both of them equally as potent. One menacing bouncer delivery, other a devastating Yorker. Both of them no batsman would want to face. Swing and a miss. Took a chance as it was not on his stumps, but still, Powell has to be mindful.
Very mindful, but I noticed this over Ford that the first and second slip have gone a little wider of each other, which has pushed the third man, or the short third man who's inside the circle, also a little wider. This forward into Powell. That's driven uppishly, but past the mid-wicket. Into the boundary. 4 more to Powell. It's his 3rd boundary. Moves to 15.
Nice looking on drive here from Powell. was uppish indeed, and in fact there was a fielder there set for that type of shot, going past him and down to the boundary ropes. But if I was the fast bowler with the ball in my hand at this point, that would not faze me too much. In fact, I'd be encouraged by the fact that he's willing to play his shots. Then now I can adjust my line and my length to suit.
Captain doesn't agree with you though. Moved him from short mid-wicket to mid-on the fielder. Ford completes the over. 19 for 2 after 6 Leeward Islands.
But that's the thing, Theory. If you look about the way that Leeward Islands went through their fielding innings, many times we were asking for fielders to be placed in more attacking positions and to try to make something happen. Now, Barbados have a very healthy score on the board, and because of that score and the required run rate, you can already see it's almost getting close to a run a ball. So they do have runs to play with. I think they can try to force the hands of these batsmen, try to make them play shots that usually they would not be required to.
That's exactly right, Kashyap, but that's why that guy all the way down there on the deep. Slashed in the air, good catch. Backward point, takes it well. Takes it well. Artanez has to go. He rehearses the stroke, but he never got on top of it. It was short and wide. He tried to cut it, never got over top of the ball, and a good diving catch there at backward point. Leeward Islands lose their third. The skipper goes for 3, and 19 for 3. That guy at the deep backward square leg is on holidays. There's no need for him. They're not bowling short. So there's no need for him to be out there. They could quite easily bring him in to a catching position. However, having said that though, Kashyap, they're doing quite well.
Yeah, excellent diving catch there. And all in all, Athenaeus, the captain, was looking decent when he came to the crease. I tried to play that expansive shot a bit too early. And that's the thing, when you have set such a good score on the board, batsmen have to try to make something happen. They have to play shots to score runs. And that could have been on the mind of Athenaeus there. Of course, still early ages in the innings.
Yeah, I mean, he saw a width of it from Hines. It was the right shot to play. He just didn't get over the top of it.
And that's the thing. That's the point I'm trying to make in terms of if you've just come to the crease, and yes, it was the right shot to play, but you could have also left it alone. You could have also played a backward defense or something to just get your momentum flowing, get the bat onto ball before you're able to play those shots where you require more technicality.
So Farrell comes to the crease.
And right there, he could have tried the same cut shot. He could have played the same exact shot as skipper, but he left it alone. Because, again, we're only in the 7th over. Yes, runs have to be scored. Yes, the run rate is going to climb. But the runs will also come the longer you stay at the crease. It's one of those things where you encourage batsmen to not let the pressure build on them too early. Back yourselves.
Ooh.
My word.
He did his best to edge that one.
That's
another rare in delivery outside off by Hines. Lucky for Farrell. He's a little man. Luckily, just kept inside it. Did him for pace though, that's for sure. And that one, again, that couldn't have been far away from the clip in the bails, almost cut Farrell in half.
Yeah, that one went directly through him.
Oh, did not miss that off stump by much. Spell a ball in this by Hines. Quick, hostile, at the batsman, making them play.
And then he follows up those short deliveries with a fuller one. And good, intelligent bowling. If he was able to get that on the stumps and into the block hole, would have been more potent, but still keeping the batsman ticking. Farrell now is going to wonder where he's going to go with this delivery.
Another.
And that looks to be a
Bounce up.
slower boxer. In fact, 2 boxes through to the keeper. Really intelligent here from Hines. 2 for 9 in his 4 overs. 19 for 3 after 7.
There's some excellent opening bowling by both Hines and Ford. Not Leeward Islands well and truly on the back foot here at 19 for 3, chasing 276. Going to be Ford to continue. Be bowling to Powell. Powell has made 15 of the 19 scored. Look for the Yorker again, driven up to mid-on. No run.
Powell is going to continue to play his shots.
Oh, he knows well, he's got nothing to lose.
Pretty much. Because if he decides to go defensive and bat himself into a hole while wickets fall on the other end,
Yep.
then defeats the entire purpose. So,
But also not only wickets falling at the other end, but no runs are coming either.
of course.
You get an even bigger hole. Ford in again. Another full pitch delivery. Another full pitch delivery, full toss, and almost slapped it straight to mid-off, who just about misjudged that, I think. He thought it was coming to him a bit quicker than what it actually did, but
You can see the reactions of all of the Bayesian fielders. They expected him to come forward and take that catch, but it did bounce quite some way in front of him, in fairness to the fielder.
Asher Branford there at mid-off. You know, they are bowling as well as any opening fast bowling pair. That guy at deep backward square, it was wasted.
He's still
You could
there.
even bring him under the lid, you know.
And even just bring him into the square, because I'm not too sure if they're allowed to have fielders close in or around at this under 15 level in terms of with the helmet on and under the bat, but you can certainly bring him into the 30-yard circle.
It's whipped down to fine leg by Powell. Picks up 1, 20 for 3. He moves on to 16. Brings Carice Farrell on strike, who's yet to score.
Now, it could be a factor. I'm just trying to think of a rationale for their decision to leave him out there. We did see one boundary go to that region in this first 8 overs, and came off the bat of Powell, who's indicated that he would like to play the pull shot once he can. So probably just leaving him there as a reminder.
Played down through the gully area by Farrell, but short third man does the fielding, no run. Completes Ford's over. And at the end of the 8th over, Leeward Islands chasing 276, 24-3. Yeah, interesting for both opening bowlers that they've got deep backward square leg. So Hines will continue. He's bowling to Powell. Short and wide. Called wide by the umpire. He stretched so much to try and hit that. He immediately felt for his hamstring there, Powell.
I think Powell is just going to go hard, and he's going to try to score as much runs as he can.
Hines in again to Powell. Bang on target. Played back to the bowler.
Then he plays a defensive shot. I thought that one was more in the arc in terms of probably trying to go straight behind the head of the bowler, but probably just assessing his options.
Short, wide, cracked beautifully through the cover region, out towards the boundary for 4. More to Powell. He moves on to 20. The score goes on to 25 for 3. Too short, too wide. That time by Hines. Might be getting a little tired. This is his fifth over. That was short and wide and got the treatment. And made an adjustment in the field too. They're taking the gully out. Strengthen that cover region. Bang on target this time. Big appeal. Umpire unmoved. Hoo-hoo. Hines was convinced. Umpire Williams just telling Barbados to settle down.
I'm not too sure. I mean, his reaction seems to be as if he's admonishing them a bit, but in fairness, they were just appealing for what seemed to be a good LBW shout. You saw that in the first innings as well when Leeward Islands were appealing.
Powell survives, faces Hines again. Plays it into the cover region. No run. Yeah, Hines was convinced. He expected to see the finger raised. He was caught on a crease.
Umpire probably indicating that it would have gone down leg, but again, the manner in which he was calming the players seemed to be as if they were appealing for something that wasn't there at all,
True.
or as if they were over-exaggerating. But in fairness, it seemed to be good cricket all around.
Hines in again to Powell. Powell is guiding that down towards third man for a single. And that completes Hines' over. So after 9 overs, Powell has moved on to 21. Farrell is still yet to score, and it's 26 for 3. No, I think it was a good shout, that's for sure. It looked very close, even from behind the wicket, from our vantage point. But I think it was just the fact that the Barbados fielders thought they'd got him plumb in front, so they just expected. Ford starts a new over. He appeals for a caught behind, but Powell did not hit that. So Powell is 21. Leeward Islands 26 for 3. Coming up to the end of the first power play. Ford has just got the one slip in now for Powell. Drops that down on the offside and there's no run. Ford at the top of his mark from this the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. Over the wicket to Powell, who drives, beats mid-off, gives chase, pulls it up inside the boundary, and they take 2. So Powell moves on to 23, 28 for 3, Leeward Islands, in the 10th over.
A nice looking drive from Powell. He has looked solid in all of the strokes that he's been able to score off, as well as his defense. So, by all means, seems to be a good batsman.
Played that nicely. Backward of point, running out towards the boundary once again. I'll pick up another 2. Good return there. Right over the stumps, back to the keeper. Powell moves on to 25, 30 for 3. Forward into Powell. That's tucked nicely down to fine leg. So that single brings Carice Farrell on strike. He's yet to score. He's faced the 6 deliveries so far. 31 for 3, Leeward Islands. Chasing 276. He tries to guide that into the third man area, but slip comes across, does the fielding to complete the over. So at the end of 10 overs, Leeward Islands chasing 276 to win. 31 for 3. Farrell still yet to get off the mark.
Powell doing majority of the run scoring in this innings. 26 of the 31 runs on the board.
We're going to change a bowler at the Sir Andy Roberts end. It's going to be Asher Branford. He's replacing Jahidi Hines, who bowled 5 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 15. Other wicket taker was the opening bowler in Jeremiah Ford, who's bowled 5 overs, no maiden, 1 for 16. So Branford into Powell. And slashing outside off stump, almost gets the edge through to Smith. So he's got a slip, third man, backward point, cover point on the boundary, extra cover, mid off, mid on, deep backward square leg and fine leg. As Branford runs towards us now into Powell. It's guided nicely by Powell down to third man for a single. He moves on to 27, 32 for 3. We're in over number 11. Now, for Farrell, they've taken the slip out. He's gone into a gully position. Brought the third man a little finer. I don't know, Kashav, I think with 275 on the board and you've already got the opposition 3 wickets down, I'd have a few more fielders in catching positions here rather than preventing boundaries.
I definitely agree with that, Terry. I'm not too sure why we're still seeing that fielder at deep backward square from the first over until now. On either side of the wicket, there's a deep backward square in place.
And for Farrell, who's yet to come off the mark,
and doesn't look like
you've got cover point on the boundary, right? You take out the slip. Anyway, Bramford in again to Farrell. Too wide to have anything to do with that. Through to keeper Smith, and there's no run. Wind is picked up here again. Strong easterly across the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Again, short, left alone by Farrell to complete the over. So he stays on naught. Powell is on 27. And after 11 overs, in pursuit of 276 to win, Leeward Islands are 32 for 3. Looks like we're going to have a double change. And it looks like we're going to see spin for the first time in this Leeward Islands innings. Number 3, Joshua Thompson, left arm spin. He picked up 3 wickets in their first match, which was a victory over Jamaica. He will be bowling to Powell. Powell is on 27. He's got a slip, backward point, deep extra cover, mid off, long off I should say, mid on, mid wicket. Deep mid wicket on the boundary and deep backward square leg. I think deep backward square leg is Captain Paris's favourite fielding position. Every bowler's got a deep backward square leg.
Even for the spinner.
Left armour, Joshua Thomas. Powell turns that round the corner for 2.
Now, most importantly here, Barbados don't want to let the game slowly lose the initial momentum that they had. Of course, runs are not being scored, so they don't have to worry about the equation. But they also don't want these two batsmen to just come out here and have a net. Need to try to find some way to take wickets, because Farrell doesn't seem interested in scoring as yet. Left alone majority of his deliveries. Paul, on the other hand, playing his shots as usual.
But that's very true, though, Kashab. But they will let the game just drift if they keep setting fields like this, because I don't see why you've got the field so far spread when you're so well on top and you've still got a batsman on naught. Anyway, that's drinks break here. And Leeward Islands are 35 for 3 after 12 overs. We'll be back in a couple of minutes on Windies Cricket YouTube channel for the continuing broadcast, brought to you by Cricket 360. Welcome back to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium for this second round clash of the Cricket West Indies Rising Stars Under 15 Championship match between Leeward Islands and Barbados. Branford bowling to Powell, who slashes at that one. Misses through to keeper Smith, no run. Leeward Islands in pursuit of 276 for victory. In over number 13, they're 35 for 3. Clavonte Powell is on 30, and Carice Farrell yet to score. short, wide outside off stump. Slushed through the cover region. Sweeper on the boundary does the fielding. Powell picks up one more, goes to 31, 36 for 3. But interesting though, Chavez was saying, with the field so wide spread, and Barbados well on top here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, whether who sets the field, the bowler or the captain. Always of the opinion that that's guided nicely by Farrell, who finally gets off the mark with his 13th delivery and brings up 4. So he moves on to 4, and the score 40 for 3.
That's a very thick outside edge here. In fact, it just seemed to open the face at the last minute and guide it into that region. And a welcome boundary for the vice captain of the Leewards under 15. Farrell is off the mark.
But the bowlers should be able to set their own field so they feel more comfortable in what the line of attack that they're attempting to bowl. Wide outside the off stump, called wide by the umpire. One more to the total, 41 for 3. But also, having the field spread like this just releases some of the pressure off the Leeward Islands. Partnership now is worth 22. And as I keep telling you, Kashav, because there's such a big ground here at the stadium, and that's edged, there's no slip. Down to third man, he saves the boundary. But this is where I just feel that Barbados have missed the trick a bit. Taking the slips out very early and trying to concentrate on protecting the boundaries. When you're well on top. Nevertheless, Powell is back on strike facing Branford. Branford plays that to extra cover. There's no run. That completes the over. So at the end of the 13th over, Leeward Islands 42 for 3. Kulwante Powell is on 31 and Carice Farrell is on 5.
Leeward's the current run rate 3.23, required run rate already over 6. They require 235 runs and 222 deliveries. So by all means, they also know that they have to score. Doesn't have to be boundaries all the time, but they can look to rotate the strike.
It's played into the offside by Farrell. The spin of Thompson, no run. He does have a slip in for the left arm spinner Thompson. It's wide outside the off stump. Left alone by Farrell.
He seems to have a good temperament, does Farrell.
Nudges this into the offside, and again, no run. With this easterly blowing across the ground, we should help the left arm of Thompson. Some drift back into the right-hander. Thompson again into Farrell. Farrell playing forward. Just dropping that in front of him to complete the over. At the end of the 14th over, Leeward Islands 42 for 3. Powell is on 31 and Farrell is on 5. It's going to be Asher Branford to continue from the Sir Andy Roberts end. Comes in now to Powell. Powell is crack a nut through the backward point region into the boundary, 4 runs. So another good shot by Powell. Was short, had plenty of width to work with. Got over the top of the ball. Brings up another boundary. That's his 5th boundary. Moves on to 35, 46 for 3. Better delivery there by Branford. Defended into the offside by Powell, no run. Branford into Powell. Short again, steered down backward of point, but can't beat the field. Branford in again to Powell. Short again, and again he looks to cut it through that point region. Again doesn't beat the field. Again, he tries to steer it backward of point. Just the 4 coming off the over so far. That was off the first ball of the over. 1 delivery remaining in this, the 15th over. Again, defended into the offside and no run to complete the over. So at the end of over number 15, Leeward Islands are 46 for 3. Powell is on 35. Farrell is on 5. They're chasing 276 to win. A fairly quiet passage of play.
The legendary
Ambi.
Sir Kirtley.
Yes, watching on.
Seems to be having an intense conversation. He's always a very animated character, isn't he? What a legend. Privileged to be here, sitting in the Sir Kirtley Ambrose end.
He's actually sitting in the Sir Andy Roberts end. We're in the Sir Kirtley Ambrose end.
That's what I meant. It's a pleasure for me to be sitting in the Sir Kirtley Ambrose end while he's sitting in the Sir Andy Roberts end.
Farrell takes a single off Thompson's first delivery of a new over. He moves up to 6, 47 for 3. Powell plays that quietly back to the bowler, no run. So Barbados are happy to just contain his Leeward Islands batsman. There's plenty of gaps out there if they can maneuver the ball. It's turned backward of square. They think of the second. They're coming for the second. Throw to the bowler's end. Home safely. So 2 more to Powell. He moves on to 37. Score 49 for 3. So they've added some 30 runs for the 4th wicket so far of 56 deliveries. Leewards will be hoping they can carry it on a lot further. They're going to get anywhere near this 276. Thompson in again to Powell. Powell hitting that straight to mid-wicket who misfields. And there's a direct hit and he jumped in. Whoo!
It's a close one.
That must have been close. The umpire was in an ideal position, but Powell there jumped in. It was misfielded by the mid-wicket. Mid-on run round. Well, he must have thought that he put his foot over the line before he jumped to avoid being hit by the ball, because otherwise he was in mid-air when the stumps were broken. Interesting. So the 50's up for Leeward Islands, 51 for 3. We're in over number 17. That completes the 16th, actually. Well, Powell has moved on to 38. Farrell is on 7. 51 for 3 after 16. Correction in the score. It's now gone back to 50 for 3 as Branford starts a new over, and that comes off the edge. Goes down to 3rd man. They take a single, so 1 more to Powell. He moves on to 39. Defended by Farrell, no run. So 51 for 3, Farrell is on 6. Powell is on 38. Branford in again to Farrell. Again, he looks to guide that through the gully region. Doesn't get the contact he was looking for. Branford runs towards us now into Farrell. Short delivery. Played it well though. Knocked it into the onside.
And you look at that shot there, Terry. No one close in to the bat. fielders spread to the circle. The wicketkeeper had to come and field that delivery, and it was fended uppishly in the air because Farrell, not the tallest of characters, and we know that this pace is generating some extra bounce for the Bayesian seamers, so might have been a good idea. Brantford is quick as well, rushing onto the bat, so if you are bowling with that line of target to someone like Farrell, it's about basically just putting someone close in so that if he tries to fend or he tries to pull and miss cues, you'll have an option there for the catch to be taken. Yet the deep backward square is still on the boundary. There's a deep cover. There's a third man and a fine leg.
Yes, that deep backward square baffles me. Kashav. And that's taken the top edge straight over the keeper, and they take a single as Powell was looking, Powell was looking to take evasive action. Caught the top edge of the bat, completes the over. So at the end of the over, Leeward Islands in pursuit of 276, 53 for 3 after 17. Powell is on 39 and Farrell is on 7. That deep backward square leg has been there since ball 1, regardless of whether it's pace or spin bowling. And none of the bowlers, especially obviously the seamers, are bowling that body line to even tempt the batsman to try and play a hook or a pull shot.
But also, this makes you wonder about the approach of the Leeward Islands team. Are they willing to just continue playing this innings and treating it as a practice, or are they going to try to go after the runs?
Let's cut through the cover area for the sweeper to collect. Another single to Powell. He moves on to 40. And the score, 54 for 3. Correction, 53 for 3. And that almost went straight through Farrell. Didn't have much idea about that one. At least he attempted to come forward. This time he's playing back, playing it out into cover region where short extra cover does the fielding and there's no run. Again tries to beat short extra cover. Upset with himself that he didn't place that one better. Bit of bounce and turn there for Thompson, but too wide to trouble Farrell to complete the over. So at the end of the 19th over, Leeward Islands 54 for 3. Colavante Powell is on 41 and Carice Farrell is on 7. Yes, but you're right, though, Kashav, at the moment, both teams just seem to be going through the motions, getting these overs out the way. It still surprises me that Barbados are not pushing harder for victory. And yes, these two have put on some 35 runs, but they have not come in quick time at last. And then when it goes down there, it beats him into the boundary for 4. So the hook was on that time. Powell decided to go for it, but the deep backward square leg wasn't up to the challenge. So 4 more to Powell. He moves on to 45. And the score 58 for 3. Bramford in again to Powell. Much better delivery. Defended backward of point. No run. Yes, I just thought Kashyap, as soon as they picked up that third wicket, the score was only on 19, that they would have kept the pressure on. But as you say, there's no pressure on Leewards. It's up to them how far, and again it's pulled backward of square but drops short of the fielder down there this time, and they take 1. So Powell moves on to 46, 59 for 3. Fielder down there is Javion Butson. Farrell again looks for that guide through backward point, doesn't make contact, through to Smith, no run.
When you look at the field on the offside, Terry, everyone is standing on the edge of the 30-yard circle, or just in front of it. And from what we've seen from Farrell thus far, he's just looking to open the face of the bat. He really isn't looking to play much attacking shots, so I think they can probably look to bring those fielders a bit closer in, just put some added pressure on him. Let him know that he can't get any easy singles within the circle. See there from a forward defensive, he's already looking for the single because of how far back the fielders are off of the square. But again, at this point in the match, what do you think is going through the mindset of the Leeward Islands team?
Well, I think Powell is batting well, obviously. 45, he's done the bulk of the scoring, 45 out of 58. But he hasn't had anybody to support him, and although Farrell is hanging round, that's about all he's doing, is hanging round. He's just surviving. He doesn't look like much of a stroke maker, but he's doing the right thing and trying to support Powell. Powell would obviously be thinking that he could up the tempo if it gets to that position, if they can keep wickets in hand. I'm just more surprised about Barbados, how they've seemingly switched off. You know, to have all these boundary riders to every single bowler when you're so far on top, that's almost hit straight to mid-on the bounce by Powell as Thompson starts a new over. And even if you say to yourself now that Powell is in, he's on 45, when they bowl into Farrell, they've still got the deep backward square leg. Thompson into Powell, down the leg side, knocks it into the mid-wicket area, and they'll get 1. He's still got the deep backward square leg, and he's still got the sweeper on the boundary. At least bring the sweeper up inside the circles. As you say, all he's trying to do is guide the ball past. He's not flamboyant. He hasn't got the power to play the shots by the looks of him.
And he tries to play an aggressive stroke there, and look at the way it has ended.
Exactly.
So it's not about trying to be too presumptuous, but again,
if you bring that boundary, if you bring that cover point, deep cover point into the circle, it may make him See, that's too easy. It may make him think twice about the shot he wants to play and make him do something that he's not used to. At the moment, they could knock this around and keep going like this, and then all of a sudden they're 100 for 3.
But even on that note, that's exactly what I was trying to get at in terms of what is their game plan? Are they trying to go after the victory, or are they just trying to knock the ball around and see how many runs they can score?
That doesn't look out to be. No.
If you look at the required run rate, it's slowly creeping up to 8 runs per over. And from what we saw in the first game from Leeward Islands, the middle to lower order didn't seem to add much to the scoreboard. Of course, different venue, different conditions and opposition. But here, against the Barbados team, they need 215 runs in some 29 overs, 174 deliveries, and they're just going about it in a casual manner thus far.
I think they're playing to the best of their ability myself. It just, as I say, I don't understand what Barbados are trying to do. If they bowl out the 50 overs and they win by, let's say, 80 runs, is that a convincing victory against an opposition such as this? I'm not sure.
And likewise, I agree that the Leeward Islands have done well, especially after losing 3 early wickets to bring this partnership to now. But they seem content with just defending and not trying to put pressure on the fielders at the same time. Most of those deliveries you have seen Farrell leave alone, and not trying to play with the soft hands to get the singles, even though the field is spread.
Direct hit could have had him in trouble there, but he gets home. There's a new bowler from the Sir Andy Roberts end, Liam Seeley is bowling. Off spinner. So it's 62 for 3. We're in over number 22. It's clipped by Powell. Rolls out backward square. Take a single. So Powell has moved up to 48. 63 for 3. He's gone for the big one, straight to mid-wicket, who takes a simple catch. And that was always on, because once the fielders are in close enough, he doesn't, you could tell by his stature that he doesn't have the power or the ability to play big shots. So that was always on. My argument is that why you would release the pressure when you're well on top, and you're obviously, I mean, let's be fair, right? You're obviously the more experienced team. You could see that in the batting, their approach, and you can see it certainly when they came out with the 2 new ball bowlers. Why you back off is beyond me. And that's what I meant by, I think the Leewards would enjoy this because it's given them experience, and it's given them time in the middle. As we watch this one again from Seeley, tossed up, and Farrell went for the big hit, could only get the top edge into the mid-wicket region.
And look at where the fielder is positioned. He's off of the 30-yard circle.
Where short mid-wicket, right.
And we were asking for that for all of the previous overs, because some deliveries did go in the air and landed safely.
Yeah,
and also
because you've got people out on the road.
Out of the boundaries.
Yeah.
And another factor is that delivery from Sealy, in fact, a couple of the deliveries from him have been flighted. Some of the other bowlers have been
That's
too
a
flat.
bad ball.
Yeah,
Put away. Good
that
shot.
deserved 4.
Demore Prentice, first ball. No, that was Powell's 50. So well played to Clemente Powell. He stuck around, sort of the new ball bowlers, and that is a well played 50. So my reckon it should be 67 for 4. Farrell went for 9. Powell gets another 1, so he should go on to 53. His 50 came off 70 deliveries. And a good knock.
Even the way that Powell has been batting, aggressive from the first over, you would think that there are certain tactics they can use to try to get his wicket. Even if you want to leave the field spread for him, give him deliveries for him to try and go over the top and try to go to the boundary ropes. Put it in a slot, but take the pace off of it. Put it full and wide. Those different subtle varieties.
Tossed up again by Sealy and stroke to short extra cover by Prentice, and there's no run. Thompson.
He's bowled well, very economical, but again, it's not about trying to contain runs. It's about trying to get wickets, especially when you have such a healthy lead in your favour. So instead of trying to bowl flat and fast to contain, can just bowl a bit slower through the air and tempt the batsman. Much better. Bring them forward if they have to.
But all I'm saying though, Kashyap, once Powell scored a couple of boundaries, right? Because as you can see by the score, he's done the majority of scoring, 53 out of 68. Once he got away with a couple of boundaries, they eased off him. But they not only eased off him, even though they were picking up wickets from the other end, they eased off the other batsman. And all I'm saying is if they had have had a man catching positions, and like you say, bowled to him, they could have had his wicket earlier. But they could have also, Leeward Islands quite easily been 5 or 6 down, you know, for less than 50 on the board. This spread in the field, I'm not sure, but I guess it comes back to experience, and I guess it comes back to who is actually set in the field. I like my bowler to set his own field, because I feel that the bowler is more comfortable bowling to a field that he sets. If it doesn't work, the captain can always advise to change it or whatever, put his input in. But if it's the captain set in the field and you're bowling to a plan, and your plan is to restrict the opposition, okay, that's fine, but you're well on top. Drive home the advantage if you've got that opportunity. So Demore Prentice is facing Liam Sealy.
Yeah, and rightfully so, as you mentioned there, Terry. There are certain little tricks of the trade that only come through playing many years of cricket, proper coaching, training, and all of those aspects. But that being said, it is an under-15 tournament, so of course we can't expect these players to have everything up their sleeves, but then it comes down to a question of whether the coaches or the management staff have any input. Of course, you know, captains have full autonomy on the field of play with their decisions. But I recall, at least from my day playing under 13, 15, 17, even up to under 19, the coaches and the managers always have some sort of input where, even if it's to send a message with one of the 12th or 13 fielders during the water break at any point in time, just to give those subtle tips.
And you want to encourage a winning habit. You know what I mean? Because we have to be realistic. Our cricket has been down for the longest while now. So anytime you get into a winning position, regardless of which team it is, encourage them to drive home that advantage and not just let the game drift and say, oh, well, but at the end of the day, we won the game. Well, you may have won the game, but if you're playing against a stronger opposition and you do something like this, and all of a sudden you turn around and from 19 for 3, it's like Barbados this morning, from 11 for 2, all of a sudden they're 150 odd for 2. And you start turning around and scratching your head, and by that time it's a bit late, or could be too late.
And it's a situation where, as you said, we have seen throughout our senior cricket in the last few years, where we have a winning position, we have the game in our hands, and it's to just take advantage of that pressure and take it home to victory. But instead, sometimes we just let loose. And it's as if you are allowing the other team, the opposition, to slowly come back into the game.
Exactly. Nevertheless, we've got another bowling change here from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. It's Justin Paris, the captain himself, coming on. He bowls leg spin. He's got a slip. 69 for 4 is Leeward's.
So the captain is taking matters into his own hands here. Let's see how he will fare. Good first start in terms of putting a slip fielder to have a additional attacking presence close in around the batsman.
That short pulled in the air, falls safely over the mid-on fieldsman. They think about the second. They were both ball watching. So Powell goes up to 55, 70 for 4. Brings Demore Prentice on strike. He's yet to score. Tossed up nicely and just evades the keeper and the slip. The good delivery there by Paris. Goes through for byes. So 2 extra to the score. Well flighted delivery though. Drew.
Look at the turn as well.
Drew Prentice into the stroke.
And we have seen
beat everybody in the end.
From the first game to now, Terry, the slower the spinners bowl, the better.
Yeah.
And that's something I think that should be echoed throughout all of the age groups, including the senior team. As a spinner, your art is to get those revolutions on the ball, or use the different variations in pace. The natural ambience of a spinner is that he's slower than usual. So when you tend to bowl faster as a spinner, you take away that natural advantage and you make it easier for the batsman.
Exactly. The more flight you can give it.
And this is one of the situations where, for me, that the T20 and T10 format have caused a negative impact in terms of the longer format. 72 for 4 after 25 at the halfway stage. But when you see so many T20 leagues and franchises and competitions, as well as T10 and these shorter variations of the game, where the main aim is to contain runs and prevent run scoring, so spinners just bowl flat. They just try to bowl wicket to wicket. They don't really try to spin the ball as much. But even in those games, we see spinners that flight the ball or bowl slow through the air get the wickets. We saw in this first over from Seeley, flighted the delivery, third of his first over, got a wicket.
Yeah, quite right, Keshav. And it's messed up a lot of spinners' careers, the shortest version of the game. Bishu comes to mind, you know. He was doing very well in the test arena. They put him in a white ball and that was it. Stump to stump, quick as you can. Flighted again by Sealy, dragged into the onside by Powell for a single. He moves up to 56, 73 for 4. We're in over number 26.
It brings my mind back to that test series in Pakistan, where we had two left-arm spinners, Moti and Warrican, and one was more prolific than the other. Warrican having a wonderful series there, but when you looked at it, even the great Ian Bishop mentioned it a few times in the commentary that he was bowling slower through the air. He was varying his pace, and that's why he was so effective.
Well, he picked up the right length, chopped back on, he played back to a full delivery, did Prentice, he's chopped back on, gone for noughts, Sealy takes his second. And the Leeward Islands, 73 for 5.
And again, Sealy not afraid to give the ball air. Look at that. So he was unsure. Initially he was going forward, then he went back to cut and ended up playing it on his thumbs. And that's what the power of flight does. It causes the batsman to second guess, to think twice. He was coming forward, his front foot was stepping there, and then decided to go back on a cross, try to cut a delivery that was too close, and inside edge led to his dismissal. So right on cue, the power of the spin causes another wicket to fall for the Leeward Islands. And Barbados 73 for 5. They have their opposition now. 5 wickets remain for them to get victory. And the Leeward Islands need 203 runs for victory.
But both the captain, Paris and Sealy, very good control and very good flight, as you say, not afraid to toss it up. So they've been troubling the batsman. And it's going to be Paris to continue from Mr. Sir Curtly Ambrose end, and that's cut away backward of point by Jatan Edward to get himself off the mark. No, that should have been Powell. It was Powell. So Powell moves on to 57, and the score is 74 for 5. But that comment that you made about Warrican in Pakistan, he summed up the conditions quickly, quicker than even the Pakistani bowlers, spinners. But look at his experience. Red ball cricket.
Exactly. And that's where you need to develop. I personally am a very huge advocate for playing red ball cricket before you go to white ball.
Absolutely.
You learn so many different aspects of the game. It's a beautiful delivery.
And this business about, yes, you can be available to play test match cricket without playing regional first class cricket, that doesn't wash with me. They need to be playing regional 4-day cricket. If not for anything else, understanding the game, time in your innings, everything like that. Fitness also. It's a long time to be out in the field, day after day.
And as you mentioned, fitness, not just the physical fitness of being out there, but the
mental,
which is the most important.
Exactly. So we've got a slip and a gully for Captain Paris. He's right on target, defended into the offside by Jatan Edward. 74 for 5 in the 27th over, Leeward Islands, chasing 276. Again, bangs that one up to long off for a single, so he's on the board. He goes on to 1.
And what I would have done there is that I would have brought the long off into the circle for the new batsman and then sent him out for the informed batsman in Powell. And that way, you give Powell a single, get him off the strike, and then you put the pressure on the new batsman. But again, all of this is just part of the learning curve for these youngsters, and they will certainly grow in stature as they continue to rise onwards and upwards throughout the age groups, going up to that senior level. But as you said, Terry, at the same time, it's a balance of one, you don't want to be overly critical or harsh on the youngsters, but at the same time, you want to develop certain stringent winning habits from young, so
Definitely.
that when they develop it, it becomes a norm.
And even in this position now, you know, you talk about bringing a field in. Exactly right, Kashev. New batsman, let him hit over the top if he so desires. But I would still keep the long on and long off. And he's gone for that one, hit that well, did Edward. Straight past the mid off for 4. But that's fine. That is what you want to see
Yeah, because
them
it's an
trying to
opportunity.
do. That's right.
And now
And
you can
even Powell, when Powell is on strike, because the run rate is getting out of hand, if it hasn't already got out of hand. So they need to go for their runs. If they clear you, they clear you. But at least give yourself a chance.
And even if they are playing those shots as a bowler, now that will give you an advantage in terms of their approach. You can use subtle, different effects, such as bowling 2 steps behind the previous delivery with the same trajectory, the same amount of flight, going wider off the crease. Sometimes even holding the ball cross seam instead of traditional spin grips. Many different aspects of the game that can be applied.
So Edward has moved on to 6. Powell is back on strike. He's on 57. Plays that one quietly straight back to the bowler. 81 for 5. We're in over number 28. Tossed up again, hit uppishly, but quite safely by Powell. He picks up another one. He moves on to 58. 82 for 5.
Well, they seem content in allowing Powell to score as he would like. And now they have to try to attack the batsman on the opposite end.
He's gone for it. It's gone straight up in the air. Sealy says it's mine, and he takes it. So Edward has gone, caught and bowled by Sealy. Sealy picks up his 3rd, and at the end of the 28th over, Leeward Islands in further trouble at 82 for 6.
And again, what was the main factor there, Terry? He looped the ball in the air. Batsman decided to go
Toss it
after
up.
it. And there was the wicket.
Toss it up.
Let me take a look at it.
We're having a water break here. So we'll take a break for a couple of minutes with the score on 82 for 6. Back shortly. Toss the damn thing up and
So we're here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium in lovely Antigua after the second drinks break in this encounter. Leeward Islands and Barbados. New batsman coming to the crease, Treon Daniel. Joins Clavante Powell. Leeward's 82 for 6 in the 29th over.
Yes, they bowled well in tandem together. Liam Seeley and Captain Justin Paris. Leg breaks of Paris, off spin of Seeley. Clavante Powell, though, you have to give him credit. It's been a good knock. He's been there since ball 1. John Daniel on strike. Tries to whip that through mid-wicket. Doesn't make contact. We hope you're enjoying CWI Rising Stars Under 15s competition. Live on Windies Cricket YouTube channel. And brought to you by Cricket 360. Championship this year being played in Antigua. So we've got 2 other matches today. I can tell you that Trinidad and Tobago bowled Windward Islands out for 123 at the Leeward Sports Club. And Trinidad reached 124 for 3 off 23.1 overs to win that match by 7 wickets. Register their first win of the competition after Guyana beat them in the first match. And Jamaica also registering their first win of the competition. Big appeal there, but I think height. Pitched outside line also to complete the over here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. The Leeward Islands 84 for 6 after 29 overs, chasing 276 for victory. Yes, Jamaica turned their fortunes around nicely after being bowled out for just 77 against defending champions Barbados in their first round clash. At the Antigua Recreation Ground today, they bowled Guyana out for 104 and chased that total down rather easily. They finished on 106 for 3 in 29 overs to also win by 7 wickets. So victory there for Trinidad and Tobago and Jamaica, both by 7 wickets today over Windward Islands and Guyana respectively. Liam Seeley starts a new over, and that's clipped by Powell. Down backward of square for a single. Powell moves on to 59. Score is 85 for 6. Brings the left-hander Treon Daniel to the crease. Treon Daniel is one of those cricketers that bowls right arm, bats left. Round the wicket is Seeley. That one's played straight back to the bowler, no run. Daniel stands up and has to flick that down past backward point. Another good over this by Liam Seeley. He's right on the money. Single off it so far with 2 balls remaining. One's driven firmly to mid-on, who shies at the stumps. But Daniel reaches home safely and wears one on the back of the shoulder by the look of it. The bounce of the ball hit him as he was running through. 86 for 6. And that is hit straight back past mid-off, and a long on coming around, couldn't get there. So a boundary to Powell to finish the over.
And that's at least the 5th time that we have seen Paul play that type of shot down to the long off area, yet there's a long on in place, but the mid off is up. So I think for Powell, what might be a good strategy is to leave both of those fielders out, because he likes to go behind the bowler, and he has hit the ball uppishly. Once you put it there in the slot, he's going to try to attack it. And at this point, like I said, I think they are content with leaving Powell at one end to score and then trying to attack on the other end. But once you get the wicket of Powell, you sense that there's going to be even more pressure on the incoming batters.
Daniel on strike. He leaves that delivery from Paris. Paris into his 4th over. Just conceded 5 runs so far. Called wide, that one, spinning down the leg side. Missed by Daniel. I think Powell is on 64. Again. Gets a bye, took a swing at that one. Didn't make contact, but the keeper come off his gloves. They run through for a bye. And now Powell is back on strike. Very wide, that one by Paris. Could we just double check the score there though, Kashav, because I think
We're just waiting
missed
for
a couple, yeah.
the score to be updated.
Another wide by Paris. It's 2 in a row there. Just losing his direction in this over. And that's edged, and good catch. Good catch, low down at first slip. And the long vigil of Clearmonte Powell comes to an end. It was a good knock, but Justin Paris has picked him up with an excellent catch there at first slip. So Powell is gone. Leeward Islands lose their 7th. And we'll just getting the correct score for you.
Let's take a look at the replay.
It was an excellent catch. Another well-flighted
And again,
delivery.
we were just speaking positively of the fact that the captain decided to bring in another slip.
And that was an excellent catch.
Really
good
good
low break
catch.
delivery and an excellent catch.
See a bit of a limp from Powell as well. Just wondered if he was struggling with his feet there. Hope that he's all right and didn't sustain any injury, because it was truly an impressive innings from Powell, despite wickets stumbling all around him, and despite the fact that the target to reach was a very steep mountain to climb. He played positively. He played with good intent. Nice cricketing strokes. and he did his best to get his team towards somewhat of a formidable total.
It was Rajiv Pasaram there at first slip. Oh, and he's left that alone. Big shout, and he's been given. Offering no shot. That's the problem, though. He looks back in disgust, but that's the problem. When you don't offer a shot, the ball doesn't necessarily have to pitch in line to be out according to the umpire, and he had a long look at that one. And is giving him out, and I think that was Rondre Daniel.
So the brothers were at the crease just for one delivery.
Yes, he got on first ball.
And it's a really tough time for them now after, just as we were speaking about, if the wicket of Powell fell, you just sense that the pressure would have been more on the incoming batters. And there, first delivery, Daniel has to go.
Yes, padding up, always a danger. And it was the googly, I'd say, from Justin Paris. So he is on a hat-trick.
Pitched out line, but in fact did seem to hit him outside of the off stump. In fairness to Daniel.
Yeah, it was just the fact that he didn't play the shot.
But even if he didn't play the shot, I think the ball still has to go on to hit the stumps.
Yes, it should,
And
but in umpire's mind.
But from where it struck him, the ball had already hit the ground. It was turning into him, and he was struck outside the line of the off stump. So, interesting.
Interesting. Well, we had a couple of interesting decisions, though. But anyway, it's 94 for 8. Paris is on a hat-trick. And just beats the new batsman who survives. And I'd say that is Mikey Siegelam is the new batsman. That one is called wide. So a bit of a mixed bag in this over from Justin Paris. He's bowled 3 wides, but he's picked up 2 wickets in between. That one is negotiated safely, so the over comes to an end. Rondre Daniel was the batsman that padded up. He went for naught. Trion Daniel, his twin brother, is out there. He's on 1. And after 30 overs, it's 95 for 8. Leeward Islands chasing 276 for victory. Trion Daniel on strikes. 2 left-handers out there. Liam Sealy will continue round the wicket to Daniel, who hits that firmly back to the bowler. But an interesting decision there. By the umpire to give Rondre Daniel out. Yes, he was padded up, but as Kashev quite rightly said, ball seemed to strike him outside the line. Caught behind in Barbados' innings of Clark. That there seemed to be daylight between bat and ball.
He was set for 100.
He was set for 100, 86. He was on at the time. But nevertheless, hard job being an umpire. They can't get it right all the time. And they don't have the benefit of The replays.
I must say I'm very impressed with the bowling of Seeley. Since he's come into the attack in his first over, got a wicket, and consecutive overs since then. And all because he's flighting the ball. He's bowling slower through the air than any of the spinners who came before him. They were economical, they were difficult to score off, but they weren't penetrative enough. And look at that. Loop, encouraging the batsman to come forward and play a shot. And by the time he played the shot, the ball has now arrived and then gripped and turned away. You know the saying, Terry, once the ball goes up in the air, so does the head, as well as the bat and everything else.
Yes, most definitely. Toss it up above the eye line of the batsman. Especially batsmen who are not prepared to use their feet, there's always a chance. Ooh, and that has gone right through him. He played back to that one. And it has gone right through him as Trion Daniel has to walk back for 2. Leeward Islands lose their 9th. 96 for 9 in over number 32. And you're quite right, Kashav. The difference in this match that was just rolling along, Barbados allowing it to roll along after those initial breakthroughs got them well on top. Once Seeley was introduced, and he introduced himself, Captain Paris, the whole complexion of the game changed simply because they were bowling, good spin bowling, tossing it up, as you say, tempting the batsman. And unfortunately, the Leeward Islands haven't been up to the challenge. But another good delivery here by Paris. Played back when he should have been forward, really, but still, good ball through his defence.
And the thing is, Terry, I don't want to sound like a stuck record, but the reason why he hesitated in coming forward and backward is because the ball was looped in the air.
Yeah.
So he was unsure whether the ball was going to reach him on a fullish length or whether he would have had time to come back and play it nicely. But also, you notice some turn there.
Yes. But if the top order batsmen aren't up to it, you can't expect much from the lower order. That one's tossed up again, but ill-directed down the leg side. Hit in the air backward of square, but quite
there your fielder
safely.
Comes into play, Terry. I thought you said there was no
At
need
last.
for the backward square.
I'm very impressed how quickly he was to the ball. I wonder he's not asleep out there. I think that's, only the 3rd time the ball's gone backward of square for the innings. So Mikey Siegelbaum is off the mark. Brings William Pittman back onto strike, who bowled absolutely brilliantly today. 6 for 41 off 9.5 overs in Barbados' innings. So 96 for 9, we're in over number 32. He tried to pull that into the onside, took the leading edge but fell safely. Paris again tosses it up. It's nicely played though by Pittman. That completes the over. So between the two of them, Liam Seeley, the off spinner, and Justin Paris, the wrist spinner, they bowled 11 overs and taken 6 for 28, which has really turned this Leeward Islands innings around. And naturally, seven for 9 after 32. Sealy about to start the 33rd over. He's coming around the wicket to Mikey Segalum, who's on 1. Segalum thinks about having a go at that one. In the end, just lets it go. Again, he hits that airily, I should say, but past the short extra cover. Picks up a single, so 98 for 9. William Pittman back on strike. Quicker delivery there by Sealy, but well defended by Pittman. Chips that over mid-wicket. Picks up his first couple of runs. Almost reaches the boundary, just pulled back now. They take 2. So the 100 comes up for Leeward Islands, 100 for 9 in over number 33. Sealy in again to Pittman. That's well judged, well left. Through to the keeper, no run. And that is the over completed. So at the end of over number 33, Leeward Islands in pursuit of 276 for victory. Or academical now, you might say, at 100 for 9. Still 176 runs away. Barbados, of course, just the 1 wicket. And the captain himself, Justin Paris, will continue. It's defended back down the pitch by Segalum. There's no run. Defended into the onside. Just waiting for this last wicket to fall. Here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium earlier today, 7 wicket victories to both Trinidad and Tobago and Jamaica over Windward Islands and Guyana, respectively. Which means that everybody at the end of the second round will have a win under their belt. Kashav, apart from Leeward Islands.
Yep, and Barbados will go on to 2 victories.
2 victories as defending champions. That's swept in the air. just falls short of a good attempt there by the deep backward square leg fielder. And Pittman will take 2. So Paris almost picking up his 4th. Bowled 6 overs, no maidens, 3 for 13. And Seeley's bowled 7 overs, no maidens, 3 for 21. After the initial breakthroughs by the opening pair of Jahidi Hines and Jeremiah Ford, they've really turned the screws on the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. So after 34 overs, the Leeward Islands are 103 for 9. It's going to be Seagalum on strike, and we're going to have a bowling change at the Sir Andy Roberts end. Looks like Branford is coming back into the attack. Asha Branford is bowled 5 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 20. Just adjusting the field, moving the short extra cover a little squarer. It's right on target, but Seagalum defends into the offside, no run. So 103 for 9. Seagalum is on 3. William Pittman is on 4. Seagalum on strike. Captain Paris just adjusting the field. Again, bang on target. Pittman thought about the run. Seagalum was not interested, so they brought the mid-on up inside the circle. In fact, he's bringing him even closer now. No, he's changing him. He's putting the mid-wicket at mid-on. He's bringing the mid-on into backward point, and he's moved backward point into a short third man inside the circle. So he's got cover point sweeping on the fence on the offside. A fine leg, and of course a deep backward square leg. You always got to have one of them.
Well, we did see a couple of chances go to that area recently, just to justify the decision.
It's actually opening bowler Jahidi Hines is back in the attack, and boy, that was close. Almost threw him. He's bowling an excellent line though. He's attacking the stumps to the number 11 in Seagalum.
He's trying to get that Yorker.
Exactly, as he should. So Hines in again to Seagalum. Seagalum defends another one. Leeward Islands 103 for 9 in over number 35. And tries to guide that, and it's dropped just in front of slip. They're coming back for the second, and keeper does not gather.
The throw was very off, and the keeper lies there in exasperation. The throw is off the pitch itself, Terry, so couldn't be expecting much more of the man behind the stumps there. If the throw was more accurate, I think he would have been out with some distance to spare, but safety home in the end.
Yes, 2 more to Seagalum. He moves on to 5. And at the end of the 35th over, Leeward Islands 105 for 9. Captain Justin Paris will continue from Mr. Sir Curtly Ambrose end. They seek this final wicket. He'll be bowling to William Pittman, who's on 4. Tosses that one up, but Pittman plays it nicely to short extra cover. There's no run. Tossed up. He went for that one. Peeled off the outer portion of the bat, but along the ground to backward point. Paris in again to Pittman. Plays it straight back to the bowler, no run.
He's bowled really well, Harris. Gotten some nice turn from the traditional leg spin deliveries as well as the variations. Bowled a couple of those googlies as well as top spinners.
Pittman tries to pull him over deep square boundary, doesn't make contact.
After the bowling spell that Pittman had today, I think I'd back him with the bat in hand as well. This could be one of those days.
Definitely, but he's showing that he can bat. He's playing a couple of nice defensive shots. But unfortunately for the Leeward Islands, that they're just...
You know, it's
holding off the inevitable.
It's cricket, lovely cricket here in Antigua Terry, as even in the vicinity of the playing field. Some of those youngsters getting in an evening knock.
Yeah.
Just admonishing the wicketkeeper there for giving him some talk. All good fun at the end of the day.
So Hines will continue, 105 for 9. He's bowling to Sigalam. Tries to defend that, goes through to the keeper. Hines has bowled impressively, 6 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 17 prior to this over. Sigalam tries to dispatch him over mid-wicket. Catches the toe end of the bat, rolls up to mid-on, and there's no run. Hines doing the right thing though, attacking the stumps. Boy, that one was short.
A short, slower delivery.
Absolutely, he walked into it really, he had that much time.
One of those tricky ones. Hudson trying to back away, anticipating it. The bounce on or around that chest height. Instead, pace off and just hitting him on the body.
Hines in again to Sugalam. Another short one. Goes for it, doesn't make contact through to Smith. It could be much more wiser for him to go back to his initial plan of attacking the stumps, full and straight. Don't see Sigalam lasting too long. Just keeps that one out. They can be frustrating at times. Number 11's Kashav. Especially for your main strike bowler trying to knock him over.
I think
Just got something on that, kept it out again, survives the over.
it's only right that the pair at the crease decide to make the most of it at this stage. The equation most certainly out of their hands. Pittman, excellent day with the ball. Sigulam also had a good day with the ball. Didn't get the same amount of wickets, or close to, as Pittman. Of course, leading with 6 from the front, but had a nice spell in between. And if they're getting some time out there in the middle, we'll be encouraged to make the most of it.
Paris starts a new over. Beats Pittman with no edge. So we're into over number 38, 105.49. All academic now. We're just waiting for Barbados to pick up the winning wicket, and there it is, well bowled by Captain Paris. The perfect leg break to the left-hander. Takes the off stump. Pittman has been bowled for 4, and the Leeward Islands all out for 105 of 37.2 overs, and that gives Barbados a well-deserved victory by some 170 runs. And as defending champions, Kashav maintain their perfect record of 2 wins in 2 matches as we watch the final wicket again. A perfectly pitched leg break to the left-hander. Wrong and to the right. Took the off stump. And that was Paris's 4th wicket. He finished with 7.1 overs, 1 maiden, 4 for 13. Excellent bowling by Justin Paris, Barbados captain, and also off-spinner Liam Seeley, who bowled 7 overs, no maidens, 3 for 21. They proved a handful for the Leeward Islands after good opening spells from Heidi Hines, 7 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 17. Jeremiah Ford, 5 overs, no maiden, 1 for 16. So apart from a good, decent half-century by Clemente Powell, who made 64 of 85 deliveries that included 8 boundaries, not much resistance from any of the other Leeward Islands batsmen. Nobody else actually made double figures. So they were bowled out for 105 of 37.1 overs, and that was in reply to Barbados's 275, and that was set up by a wonderful 3rd wicket partnership between Captain Justin Paris and Kalani Clark. Clark unluckily dismissed, caught behind for 86. Paris made 72, and then the icing on the cake was performed by Seth Smith, wicketkeeper, 41 ball 55. That got Barbados up to 275. It was always going to be a huge challenge, a daunting task for the Leeward Islands, and unfortunately they fell short. But some good positives to take out, especially excellent bowling by William Pittman, 9.5 overs, no maiden, 6 for 41. And he can hold his head up high for sure. And as I say, also a very good-looking half-century by Clemente Powell in Leeward's reply. But unfortunately, they fell 170 runs short, so Barbados winning this match in the West Indies Rising Stars Under-15s Championship handsomely by 170 runs, and that gives them 2 wins from 2 matches. And the other results today is Jamaica defeating Guyana by 7 wickets at the Antigua Recreation Ground, and Trinidad and Tobago beating Windward Islands at Liberta Sports Club also by 7 wickets. So I hope you've enjoyed the coverage of the CWI Rising Stars Under-15s Championship from the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium today. Victory to Barbados by 170 runs. And we'll be back, the 360 team, to bring you ball-by-ball coverage over the Windies Cricket YouTube channel on Saturday for round 3 action, where Barbados play Trinidad and Tobago at Coolidge Cricket Ground. Leeward Islands come up against Jamaica at Liberta, and I will be at the Antigua Recreation Ground for Windward Islands versus Guyana. Where will you be?
I will be at the Coolidge facility.
You're at Coolidge, okay.
Looking at that encounter between Barbados and Trinidad and Tobago. That's going to be an interesting one. Of course, Trinidad and Tobago getting a victory today after that first defeat, and a convincing victory today. Reached that run chase with a good amount of overs to spare. And Barbados very convincing in their first 2 games, certainly performing as persons who have a desire to win this title and to continue to improve year after year.
Absolutely. So until Saturday, on behalf of myself, Terry Laraji and Kushav, we'll be back on Saturday from 9:30 a.m. with round 3 action in CWI Rising Stars Under-15 Championship, brought to you by Cricket 360 on behalf of West Indies Cricket. Follow us ball-by-ball action through the Windies Cricket YouTube channel. Until then, have a pleasant evening. Take care.